into this training course as well? Because it's like
So
36
Lynn's
hours.
Warriors, who she's coming here to DC on Wednesday, and we're grabbing coffee. She works with the NCOSC as well, who is the one that Eliza keeps, she keeps pumping out for, like if you, for example, if you go to the NCOSC website, on the very front page, it's, can you sue Andrew Tate? Or do you have a case against Andrew Tate? And asking for survivors to come forward. And that's why Eliza has been out and about, speaking for these survivors, because she is somewhat aligned with the NCOSC. However, it's people like Lynn and a number of other nonprofits that are starting to take notice to this and say, wait a minute, how much is she doing? What is her advocacy? And questioning a little bit about what her role specifically is. Because, with a lot of these nonprofits, not only do they have to work hard to get money, they have to go before Congress and a number of other places, I mean, basically going door to door in the congressional office building, asking folks for help. And if, they have to deal with a spokesperson that's lying to people or, defrauding people, it's going to make their job twice as hard. So I know a lot of them are going to be here in DC asking questions Wednesday, which is
Okay.
a good sign as far as these nonprofit organizations are now sniffing out they're taking a whiff of this too, and not very happy about it.
They're taking a whiff of the nonprofit organizations are taking a hit because of the Eliza Blue stuff, or some shade is being thrown on them. Is that what you're talking about?
No. They're not taking any hits yet, but basically ever since this Andrew Tate stuff came out from the nonprofit that I talked to today, ever since the Andrew Tate stuff came out and the NCOSC was like, hey, we're going to help these victims. And then when Eliza went on Timcast and was talking about it and speaking for the victims, and then with all of this stuff kind of going on, because these nonprofits, they watch this stuff closely, many of these quote advocates, because like I was saying before, there's a number of them out there that have really hitched their wagon to the whole survivor advocate, and more going after the fame than the actual advocacy. And so they watch these folks closely. They'll never admit it, but they're watching a lot of these characters closely. And then when, Eliza got this big notoriety, from now coming out against the Andrew Tate victims, they looked at it and they're kind of like, okay, what's going on? And then they're seeing all this stuff starting to happen on Twitter, because I think others, like my friend Lynn, I put a bug in her ear, and a number of other people, and they're seeing it, and now they have questions. So, and again, questions, because if something comes out like this, it's going to make their job twice as hard, because they're partners with the NCOSC that help get them these certifications, that help them get funding, that help them get supplies, that, really do. It's like, it's almost like as if you lost your advertisers, it's going to be tough for them. But so many of them are going to be here Wednesday, and we'll see what happens. Obviously I'll keep everybody posted, but
you mean here because you're in DC? Is that what you mean here?
Yes. Sorry, I'm in DC. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I was looking at that page. I see that they're looking for people to speak up if they're victims of Andrew Tate. And I just wonder, is that because you can sue Andrew Tate? And, what about other victims? But I see some people with their hands up. I'll try to get through some of you. Mars, go ahead.
Hey, thanks. Just to continue on the Tate discussion, because that's how I first heard. Eliza was in a Spaces about Tate, I think with Mario or somebody, and it struck me as she said she was a survivor advocate, and she was sort of spreading a lot of rumor and innuendo about him, but there was no there wasn't any evidence. It was just sort of like feelings and talk, and that's fine. Syrian Girl was the other other person on that who seems to be a survivor advocate, and she was doing the same thing, but none of them really like produced the receipts. And that's fine. So I just had some questions about that at the time, but then I was going around on Twitter, and actually one of the listeners here, Salty Irish, clued me in on who Eliza was, and I looked into it and I was like, wow. And the more I've looked into this situation, the more I found that what she's doing is like, it's like Me Too 2.0. And it's this, and it discredits the children and the women who have actually been trafficked, because this Me Too 2.0 stuff is like regret equals trafficking. And Eliza, claims that she is representing some, quote unquote survivors from the Andrew Tate saga. But all the evidence that I've seen, the women involved with that were doing the exact same thing that Eliza was doing. They made their own choices to go into cams. And Eliza, I don't think she was a cam girl, but she made some racy videos that, frankly, she should be flattered with. There was nothing wrong with it. She was young and pretty, whatever. Who cares? Like, why make a big deal out of it? But these other women apparently have regrets, or they have an axe to grind, or they've been co-opted by some people, it seemed like, to go spread rumor and innuendo that's got the Tates in the, at least temporarily, some serious hot water dealing with the authorities in Romania, which none of us have seen any real evidence. In fact, the more evidence I do see, because I do keep up with the case, because I'm not special pleader for anybody. I don't have any skin in the game. I just don't like people being, convicted before there's, in public court, before they've actually been tried and found guilty of something in real life. And for her to go and say she was a very thin evidence that she knows any of the so-called survivors, and then on top of that, them being the exact same type of person, it seems like that we're finding out about that she is, which is, oh, I have regret. I don't like that. I don't like the fact that I was in a video, or 5 videos, or whatever it is now, and she's trying to hide it, and she feels regret about it and calls herself a survivor. I mean, if that's what's happening, you can see a trend here. And I think watering down the meaning of survivor is very, very dangerous for actual victims. And it's kind of like this, there's a bigger problem. And it reminds me of this whole thing where, like, everything's racist nowadays. Like, every little thing is racist, well, now everybody's going to be a survivor, don't you know? And, it's like, it's almost like there's this movement to push, by the powers that be, there's like this movement to push people into victimhood status, because they don't really have, I don't know if they don't have anything else going on in their lives, but like the powers that be would like people to think that they're special due to a status of victimhood. And I think it's extremely dangerous to society. And I find that this is exactly what the big problem is with Eliza. Now, she's really been trafficked. She should say something to someone besides just making sort of random vague, vagaries online. Because why would Brittany Venti and Jeremy from the Quartering, why should she go out of her way to get them banned personally by pulling strings and special favors, while at the same time letting her so-called trafficker roam free to hurt other women, if we're supposed to believe her about what happened? It doesn't make any sense to me. And then also, there's a couple other just real quick points I want to say. And then, if anybody wants to push back on what I have to say, I'm more than happy to entertain that. But also, I think Eliza has lost her protection with Elon. From what I can tell, because I was listening to Dave Rubin today, and he went to Twitter headquarters and spent time with Elon Musk over the weekend. And he's crazy busy. As you know, he's got like many companies that he's running at the same time. And he gave Dave, I think, an hour or two to speak with them. And Dave described his world as like, he's like a king in a court. And he just brings people in to spend half an hour, 15 minutes, whatever he can with them. And then he has to, it's like he's on a timer. He has to go to the next person. And if you guys have a chance, you should listen to that. It's very fascinating about what's going on at Twitter today. It's very, very good about the future of Twitter too. It sounded very hopeful. But so I don't believe that Elon is protecting her as much as maybe he was initially, or he was taking the advice of someone initially. And I think that he's on top of it. And I don't think he wants this to be the PR story for Twitter right now, which makes a lot of sense. He's gone through hell and high water to deliver Twitter to a much more of a free speech zone where people on the right or center right or libertarians can actually just speak their mind instead of being canceled all the time. And then the last thing is about Tim Pool. He didn't really push back on Eliza too much when she went on to his show. But what's interesting is Tim's got kind of an interesting way he deals with things. He did ask her a couple of really pointed questions, which she did not have an answer to. And after, it was kind of like radio silence, and she kind of made a fool out of herself by, laughing it off, or dead, like radio silence or whatever she was doing for the answers. That if you just read between the lines from what I saw, he did expose her. He didn't go after her because he's not a confrontational guy. But he did ask some pointed questions, and I think they may have been in relation to Andrew Tate. She couldn't answer them, and she wanted to move on as quickly as possible. And she was saying, "Oh, I'm here to talk about X, Y, and Z." The reason that she can't answer questions live, and the reason she's hiding behind Twitter, is because she knows that she's full of shit. Excuse my language, but I just. That's what I found when I was watching that. It didn't strike me as genuine, didn't strike me as authentic. And what's happening now, I love that you guys are having a Twitter Spaces about this. It's really important. People need to understand that you can't go around accusing people of things that they didn't do, and you also should not be, you shouldn't be in the business of having some emotional regret, stolen survivor valor. Like, that's just as bad as stolen valor. It's worse. And the lady that came up earlier that had, I could hear the tears in her voice about what happened to her own daughter. I mean, these are the things that people have to understand. When people go through real trauma, they have a story to tell. And many of them are out for justice, or their advocates are out for justice. They're not sitting there hiding, trying to say, oh, yeah, you just trust me on this one. Just trust me on this one. Something terrible happened to me, and I'm gonna label myself. You better believe me. And if you don't, you're going to be canceled. That's not the kind of environment we want. That's not the kind of society that we want. Now, if she really was a victim, she should get help. And all of us would be willing to help out if she's a victim. I guarantee you that most people here would be willing to help in one way or another if that was really the case. We would change our we would change where we are right now from focusing on her to perhaps focusing on the perpetrator. But since she hasn't done that, and she's actually been throwing accusations out against other people who have not been convicted of anything, mind you, and I'm speaking about the Tates again, it's just very suspect. It's very grifter-esque, and it's very dangerous. So regardless of what I feel about the Tates personally, they made decisions that I wouldn't have made, certainly, but none of them seem to have broken the law. I wouldn't ever have a cam girl business because I think it's unethical. That's my opinion. I'm not into that. I lived in Los Angeles for a long time, and I was friends with some people that owned some big porn businesses, and they were very wealthy and very nice people. But frankly, I didn't spend that much time with them either because it was fun, but it was also unethical. In my opinion, it didn't ruin their reputation with me, but I don't like the fact that those guys in LA are all protected, and those women in LA are all protected to do all this production that they want. But when someone does it in Romania, we're supposed to call them names and call them rapists and all these other things when there's no proof to it. So I would just caution against that type of behavior.
It's interesting. It's funny to have a thanks, Mars. Thanks for your input on it. It's interesting to have somebody who's a supporter of Andrew Tate from their side of it, because I was curious if there were people who are Andrew Tate supporters who are specifically mad at her for saying she's supporting survivors of Andrew Tate. In my opinion, she hasn't done enough, because Andrew Tate said he's on tape saying he liked raping somebody and they liked choking her and stuff. So it's a much different story. Eliza Blue's situation of regret is a much different story from the Andrew Tate story, because in the Andrew Tate case, you have him on camera saying he likes to choke women, saying he wants to do the lover boy method. And none of that stuff is alleged. I mean, we don't have anything like that about Eliza. So, as far as the Tate guys go, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you have a point, but you have to admit the guy said stuff in his own words.
Nathan,
And,
Nathan, if I could respectfully, Tate, the Tate rape thing, you need to look into it a little bit deeper. There was role play going on, and there's video of the girl who he said that to, basically saying it's not rape if I let you do it, and they were role playing. That's the problem with getting one-sided pieces of information that whoever it was, Vice dropped. They were dropping half the conversation and not the other half. Does that make you wonder why? So I'm not going to
yeah,
be. I don't want to be. I don't want to be a
I'm
special
not
treatment
going
for
to
them.
defend Andrew Tate. I mean,
No, you don't have to. And I'm really, hear me out for a second. What I'm saying to you is not that you have to defend him, but I think if you look into the evidence, if you want to do yourself, do as you would to your own self. If someone were accusing you of something, wouldn't you like them to look at the full amount of evidence rather than a documentary that a hit piece that one of your enemies put out on you? I think it's important to look at it like that. And any good self-respecting lawyer will tell you, especially people like Alan Dershowitz, that when it comes to the law, you
Alan
defend.
Dershowitz is a good, respected lawyer. Alan Dershowitz, he's the one who hooked up with the Epstein girls. So you think he's
No,
a respected?
and
He's also the
again,
one who said that the
yeah.
United States government has the right to force vaccinate people.
Listen,
So I don't know
I
if
don't know.
Alan
I've
Dershowitz
never
is.
heard about that. But let's not get hung up on that name. If you don't like Alan, that's okay. But he's been a well respected lawyer as far as I know. He's a constitutional attorney, and people like him have the reason I brought him up is not because of those things that you mentioned, but because good
And
lawyers
the
will defend
filibuster.
people that they think are guilty if or not guilty, excuse me, if they've been falsely accused. And I think that that's the kind of thing as a society we should do more. And I'm not saying that you're doing something bad to the Tates. I know a lot of people have a sour taste in their mouth, and I understand. But again, were they actually guilty of crimes or just distasteful or unethical things? Because there's a wide gulf. There's a vast difference between the two, and I'm not here for them. I actually think what Eliza doing with the stolen valor, as far as her being a survivor goes, is really damaging. And I'm telling you, what the evidence I've seen from the Tates, those are stolen. Those are emotional regret, stolen survivor valor cases as well. And if you look into them deeper, I promise you'll find out a little bit more than you know right now. And you might at least reserve judgment until the evidence has been presented and they have a chance to have a fair trial. And that's all I'm saying. Like, if these people, there was any evidence that they were guilty, I wouldn't step up and say anything about it. But I didn't like what Eliza did. I didn't like what Syrian girl did, because they didn't have the goods. It was just all rumor and innuendo. And that's a problem. We can't just go around pointing fingers at people and having people believe them. That's the witch trials all over again, guys.
Well,
Yeah,
I think it's
if I
important to note as
may.
well. I think it's
Oh, I'm
important to note
sorry.
as
Go.
well. I think it's important as well. Like it works both ways. Like she shouldn't expect people to point at her and say, "Yeah, you're a survivor," and then point to somebody that she says she is a rapist. Like everybody has to, basically in this day and age with everything that's happened in society, people have to kind of prove who they are, whether they are a survivor and whether or not they're a rapist. And I think, I agree the courts will decide. We'll find out, how much, if they do win any money, and if they don't, we'll see. But we do have some breaking news here really quick that I'm getting from Daniel Clancy. The first part is that Eliza has put everything on her locals now behind a paywall. Everything is behind a paywall. Before it was open. And then I don't want to steal the thunder from her because she told me about it. Anna, that Star Wars girl, has some breaking news as well.
Right. And another thing too is not only Eliza is self-censoring now, but Syrian Girl is taking a break too. And I think it's important to understand there's a reason why. It's not because they've been right about this stuff. It's because they made false allegations against people, and now people are starting to question them, especially
Mars,
Eliza.
I don't think that's fair. Syrian Girl was totally, I mean, Andrew Tate supporters are a special bunch, you know. So they really
No,
went out of their way to
I don't know
attack
that.
Syrian
I'm
Girl.
sorry. I don't know that, but I don't know that, but I can tell you this. If you've got a bunch of baggage, and Syrian Girl has had some very anti-Semitic stuff up on her page, which I am very much against, okay? But if you've got baggage like that, you shouldn't go around pointing fingers and calling people names. That's true.
All right, fair enough.
Anna,
Faran,
were you able to unmute your
go
mic?
ahead.
Were you able to unmute your mic? There we go.
Yeah, we'll see if this works. I've never done Twitter Spaces before, so can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So Tim Pool, I guess, finally is acknowledging it. I guess he, responded to his super chat a few streams ago. But so now he said that he's finally looking into the Eliza situation. But I talked to the Quartering on air a few days ago on my channel, and the Quartering said he's talked to Tim Pool, so Tim Pool is aware of everything that's going on. But I mean, maybe they'll finally address it on air. And to everything that you were saying, Mars, I don't know anything about the Andrew Tate situation. I don't know who Syrian Girl is or any of that. But as far as everything with Eliza, going through her past and looking at how her story doesn't add up, I think was pretty important to all of this. I didn't really know who she was aside from the fact that she was on Tim Pool and I saw thumbnails and, stuff on Twitter. And I really wouldn't have known anything about her if it wasn't for the fact that she got my friend Brittany Venti basically deplatformed off of Twitter, and then the Quartering, and then Camelot and Yellow Flash. And so looking into all of this, I know it kind of sucks now with the internet, and it's, you kind of have to prove who you are. And I don't expect anyone on the internet, a bunch of strangers, to believe me or take my word for anything, because you guys don't know me and the internet doesn't know me. So whenever something happens with me, if I'm blocked by someone or I'm covering a topic in an article, I'm like, here are my receipts. Here is, a screenshot that I was blocked. Here is the article that I'm referencing. And I mean, it sucks that you have to constantly do that. Nobody can take your word for it. But people on the internet, they're not my best friend, they're not my mom, they're not my family, they don't know me, so you have to do that kind of stuff. With Eliza, I don't know anything about this woman. She expects me, a stranger, to take her word for it, and then I go and I see all this other stuff. She censored Brittany Venti for posting a screenshot from a publicly available music video. Okay, people take screenshots of me all the time from streams that I'm doing or videos, make memes, post stuff on Twitter. I'm not going and flagging. That's not against my consent. I mean, it might be unflattering, but who cares? Even Elon Musk, I don't know if any of you guys remember this. He was fighting with someone about something, and
Oh, shit. We lost you. Did we lose you for good?
Oh, and she was just getting into the good part.
All right. We have a few people who've had their hands up for a long time, so I should probably let me get to Mouthy, and then we'll go back to you if your mic comes back up. Is it Anna? Oh, there. Is it back up? Hello?
Is what back up?
There we go. You're working.
Oh, did it cut out?
We couldn't hear you for a second.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry. I'm on my phone, and I don't know why it doesn't really work well with Spaces and just streaming audio from my phone. Where was the last thing you heard?
You got that rural internet. Sorry.
And I got that. I'm in the middle of a metropolis, and everyone is on the same Wi-Fi basically, or the same towers. So it kind of sucks. But yeah, so Elon won't censor people for posting unflattering photos of him, but it's funny how Eliza gets all this special treatment and just the blatant abuse of this, I guess, kind of power that she has. And there's no way that Elon hasn't seen any of this. I mean, the guy's been on Twitter all weekend. If you look at any of his replies to people or any of his tweets, people are tweeting about this. They're putting all the tags in. about it. So there's no way he hasn't seen it, and it's just a matter of how they're going to do the damage control. But having that Ella woman go and try to make excuses for Eliza, it's like, if you talk to any lawyer, which I'm friends with a lot of the guys on LawTube, and all of them just laugh at this, she has no case. All she's done is made the Streisand effect worse, and now everyone knows about this. Like I said, I didn't even know who this woman was, and now I feel like I know her entire life story, or the fake narrative that she tried to, play out to everyone. And I mean, she really has no one to blame but herself. I don't think that she should be canceled. I I think it's terrible that she's done this, just lying to get the grift. And anyone that she represents that was, a victim of human trafficking, everything is going to be questioned now because she's going to be the one representing them now. And out of all of the receipts, I haven't seen anything to back up any of the stuff that she's claimed that she's done for, survivors, or advocacy work. I haven't seen a single thing except, she tweeted about that house once or twice. And there was one screenshot that Chrissy Mayer brought up of the, I don't know, the program that she worked for, that she was a secretary for in 2020. Like, that's the only documentation of her working for, I don't know, some kind of program for victims. So it seems to me like she was just in the right place at the right time. She had the right story. And Faran talked about this on her stream the other day, about the woman that claimed to be a victim of 9/11, but she was really in Spain at the time and she was just a professional victim. That's what Eliza seems to me. She has the right look. She knows how to articulate herself very well. She can get the sympathy. So she is that spokesperson for it. But if you look at her real life, all she's ever tried to do is become famous. And I think that's just the summary of this entire situation, is somebody that wanted to become famous. She finally got that, 5 minutes of fame or 15 minutes of fame. And now, because she built that all on lies, it's imploding on herself. And, she's being the narcissist that she is, abusing the power that she has. And instead of just saying, oh, yeah, that was part of my past, I'm a different person now, that was 10 years ago, she goes and silences big name people. And, I've seen other people that were censored as well for sharing the same thing. And I can't remember who posted that link, but he was speaking earlier, but he posted an entire link of everyone so far that's been censored by Eliza Blue and her abusing her power at Twitter. And I mean, it's getting out of hand, but the internet never forgets. And I think that's something that she didn't really realize, kind of like Jack Murphy, kind of like Amber Heard. I mean, the second that you lie to the internet and you get caught in 4K, that's never going away. And that's going to be there. So if she goes on YouTube, people will comment. If she's on a live stream, there's going to be super chats. Probably the entire chat will be bringing this up. The fact that she hid her locals is really telling too, because she's probably spurging out on there as well, or she has stuff on there to hide, and spamming her Twitter feed so that way this doesn't pop up. But I mean, people are still going to be commenting. She's going to end up having to block all of Twitter if she really wants this to go away, and then she loses her little, her little platform. So at this point, aside from sharing more information, there's nothing really that I think anyone needs to do, because she's done it all to herself. And I have really no sympathy for that.
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of over for her. I mean, she has her Twitter profile, which still has a lot of followers, but I don't see anybody really supporting her at this point.
If
It
you could,
seems like
if you could, if it was like, if failure was, or if losing your subs, I mean, was like a picture. I mean, I'm watching her social blade, and it's just going down one after the other. It might like pop up one, maybe a little bit, but when this started, when I first started looking, and this was at 5 o'clock, she was at 27 hang on, 271,000 like 900, and she's now already at 270,481, which might not seem like a lot, but the story's starting to pick up. And for the past couple of days, it's only been like 200 followers, 500 followers. Today is the most that she's lost. And I'm watching
really
at the
today.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess it's the news has gotten out on bigger sources and stuff. And yeah, when you lose followers, just so people know, it's not like she's going to lose all of her Twitter followers, but because it takes effort to unfollow somebody, like whenever you get a subscriber, it's pretty sticky. Like it's hard, it takes a lot for somebody to cancel. I follow people on Twitter where I'm like, God, I don't know why I keep following this person, but I just have to be pissed off by their tweets. So, it means something that people are unsubscribing when you're not gaining followers on social media. That means you're dead. And, right now, I don't see the support. I don't know who her friends are. I don't know if Elon is her friend. I think that whole thing with Dave Rubin going to see Elon Musk, and then I guess they didn't bring up this whole situation. I mean, that's pretty weak. And that's why I was listening to that Spaces. I was like, how did they not talk about this? But let me get to a few people. Mouthy, go ahead. I was going to bring you up, right? Did you have something to say?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, with all due respect, of course, to the people who've come up before me and Viva and all them that keep saying censorship is the main issue. We can focus on one without the other. I just think that I mean, there's other ways. I think that they're wrong because the reason that we're discussing the censorship in the first place is because this woman's character is in question. You can't have one without the other. If Brittany and Jeremy had posted screen grabs of CP or nude explicit trafficking videos, we wouldn't be on here discussing the fact that they got suspended. We would all be saying, that's disgusting. They deserve to lose their account. We don't support that. But the fact that we're discussing it is because of all the other publicly available videos of her bragging about this content. So I don't think they're mutually exclusive at all. I think they go hand in hand with each other. And like that Star Wars girl and Crabman had said, the real victims in all this are going to be like the women in the Andrew Tate cases that she's put her name on. Their story is now in question. Their case is in jeopardy because they've associated with a woman who has put herself in this situation. I mean, it speaks volumes to the fact that there are no victims coming out of the woodwork to say you're wrong, you're dead wrong about this woman. She went to hell and back to get us out of this situation. She's put her name on the line. She's put her money on the line. There is no one. There's just Eliza by herself, in silence, blocking people, getting people censored, shutting stories down, pretending like, once again, she's the victim in all this, when there are real trafficking victims and sexual assault victims who need like real assistance. I mean, back in 2021, when she did all the stuff with Hotep and he was gracious enough to offer 50% of the super chats, and she was like, I'm taking those basically. And then Adam Kriegler set up that GoFundMe for her. I had tweeted, I had a larger account at one point. I'm on like my 5th account at this point. But I had tweeted at her because, I mean, it was personal to me because I have my own experiences in this situation. And I asked her, I'm like, I feel like you're grifting off of this situation. And she had seen the tweets to her. I know she had because she had replied to me. So I knew she knew that I was in the same arena as her. And she responded with, grifting is petty and small scale swindling, you mad, and then blocked me. Like, she has no regard for the actual victims. That's obvious by the fact that there's no victims here. And I think that it is, I don't know, unfortunate, I guess, that we're trying to say we just need to focus on the fact that content creators are getting censored. That to me is an insult to all of the women that are actually victims right now, that it matters whether or not this woman has a platform. It matters if she's making money off of the trauma of other people. It matters if we're giving this woman money and time and effort. So some of us are not just going to focus on the censorship. And if she loses her platform and you want to call it canceling, so be it. But if someone is grifting off of the trauma of other people, they don't deserve the platform.
Yeah, if I may, because I wanted to chime in about how you mentioned that nobody is making an attempt to substantiate her story of trafficking or what have you. So there is one person, but the person in question, it's the gal behind what is it, Eve's Angels or something like that. Ostensibly one of the most uncredible individuals for her to have a story substantiated. because the person behind Eve's Angels wound up, not necessarily by guilt, but by default, losing a lawsuit against their parents. The person behind Eve's Angels, which it's a 501c3 that's been around since 2009. This woman behind Eve's Angels falsely accused her parents of sexually abusing her children, and is indebted to her folks, I think, to the tune of like 50 grand or something like that for defamation. That is the only person to come out and say, I know Eliza, and I can say without certainty, or I can say with full certainty that we did rescue her. Like that's the person going to bat for her, insofar as somebody saying like, I know her story and it's true, legit, 100%, which Eliza claimed in a 2013 thread, December 2013 thread, I think it was, that she got rescued in 2013 after reaching out to the folks behind, Eve's Angels or whatever. Which that just makes the whole damn thing harder to swallow.
Well, then you also have another story where she said that she was rescued because she found a pink Bible in a strip club where she was stripping, or where she was managing, she said, with a number.
She addressed that. She addressed that in the 2013 thread where she alleged that in the aforesaid Bible that it was the website for Eve's Angels. So she kind of tied that in, but it's still as loose can get, because it conveniently ties directly back to a person who is extremely uncredible, who lost in court after falsely defaming their parents of abusing their children.
Mm-hmm. And I think you have a great point, Mouthy, because after talking to my friend Lynn of Lynn's Warriors today, the biggest thing is that, if she is grifting off of, the experience of, or, just the trauma of survivors, but then also for money, that's money going to her slush fund, whereas this money could go towards actual foundations that do actual things like pick these young girls up from the ER after they have to go through, STD testing and all this other stuff, and they have to pay for it out of the foundation's pocket and stuff. So I do think you have some really, really great points there. Not gonna lie. Nathan?
Sorry, I have people sending me messages and stuff. Let's get through some of these people who have their hands up this whole time. TRRK, go ahead.
Hi, could everyone hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, well, sure. I haven't done this before. I'm probably going to rehash a bit of things with this. I'm a really small content creator. Just got started on YouTube. For me, a lot of it's about the censorship. I want to be completely transparent as well. I used to be part of a group here on Twitter and YouTube called the Legion of Memers. Some of the speakers in here are probably familiar with the group. That's how I came across it, is because, I still talk to some of the guys in the group, and of course they still follow a lot of the people in the sphere, like Brittany Venti and Anna and Chrissy Mayer. And that's how I actually came across all of this. A friend of mine who's in here, Sumo Orange, was following Eliza, and I had actually started following her before the suspensions because I thought it was really cool, what she was doing. I was seeing all this talk about being a survivor advocate, and she was always retweeting these missing children and that. And I was like, that's real cool that she's doing this. I'm gonna give her a follow. Well, I haven't been back on Twitter that long, and I saw the thing. I don't remember if it was Anna or whom had pointed out that Brittany was gone, and I was like, well, that's kind of weird, that she's gone. And then I started looking into it some more and saw the whole thing about, she had just taken a screenshot, and that, like Anna had said with the memes, and I hate to go back to it. I know some people probably look poorly upon them, but a lot of memes come from screenshots, and that's kind of what started to pique my interest, because at the time it was just Britney, and I'm going to repeat myself. But I'm like, man, that's kind of weird. Can that really get you banned off Twitter? 'Cause I used to meme a lot of people, and like I said, those come from screenshots. And then I saw Jeremy was gone as well, just for being in solidarity. And I'm like, what's going on here? What's so serious about this screenshot? And then I started doing my own research and looking into things. And I had a small conversation with Anna on one of her tweets. And I apologize. I forget the name of, is it Eliza's friend, manager? What is she?
Amanda?
Yeah. Anna, I guess, was doing a live chat, not long after Brittany had gotten banned. And she's like, man, Amanda just like jumped on here and really railed me. So then I'm like, well, why is she like chat bombing Anna, who's obviously going to go to bat for her friend? So I thought that was weird. And then I started doing my videos, and I'm like, look, for me, yeah, like I said, I used to follow some of them a bit more, and I used to meme them, and it was all about fun. I want to be clear about that. We meant well with those sort of things. I myself have moved on from that more, but I still do some memeing, just again to be transparent. For me, it's about the free speech as well, because Elon's taken over Twitter, and he's on this whole, I want to be, the town square. Twitter's kind of like that. And then Eliza, like I said, I had been following her. She kept going on about, I'm this free speech advocate. I'm a free speech advocate. And aside from the music video thing, I hadn't even seen anything bad about her yet. And then I'd seen some people, again, were like, well, if you share this music video, you're getting hit. And I'm like, well, why are you getting hit for sharing a YouTube video? I shared YouTube videos all the time, even before I myself became a content creator. I was like, that's really weird.
Hello?
And
okay, it's
and then
now.
Someone else was like, well, here's
what
this,
the fuck? Why did
this
my
meme there, put the Jack Murphy
working?
beard on her. And
my bad. So yeah, we
are
like, well, here. We are
hit.
just listening in right now to the conversation that is happening.
For a meme. And like I said,
and
I was
it's a little interesting to hear what's going on with everybody right now. I got my audio muted, and I'm trying to like mute that thing too, so we can talk. But it's funny when you see how these things go. I was hosting the space the last time, and now I'm not capable of doing that because I've been censored. But it's good to hear that there's still stuff going on. So we'll be in and out.
Are they only going
listening,
after
for my turn.
Some of the bigger people? And that's what I've been trying to figure out. Like, Anna and Chrissy have discussed it, and obviously they're going to defend Britney. They're still on here, but I've been covering it quite a bit. Nothing's happened to me, but then like Flash and Camelot 331, Cody, and them, they're all getting hit. So I guess that's where like I said, I apologize for kind of boomerang here, but
no, thanks, man. Yeah, you know what? It's weird. It's not just big accounts. And in fact, now the Quartering posted the same meme that other people got banned over, the Jack Murphy beard meme. He posted that as his first post back. And he's still there. And then in the meanwhile, though, we have Defango, who, I've known for a long time, been on the internet forever, didn't have a lot of Twitter followers, was just picking up Twitter followers from this whole thing. In a sense, he kind of, got the ball rolling for a lot of people on this. And now he's gone. And he's just, he was definitely a smaller creator. So, and a lot of people are speculating that they don't want to take out any, they don't want to do anything to the Quartering now, because that would make the situation worse. So, the only thing that, so I don't know, the only censorship I know of today on Twitter, and everybody's talking about this thing, The only censorship I'm aware of is what happened to Defango, and that was because he personally attacked Ella Irwin, maybe, although it's hard to know for sure. And then he also posted the original thread on Eliza, exposing that she was lying about some of her background, when she was lying about what age she was and so forth. And that's when people started having questions. So yeah, it's weird. The censorship thing is weird, and it's happening in weird places, like the Red State article that got censored today, and we don't know for sure what the reason is behind that. And I think that's something that we'd really all like to know. So let me get to a few more speakers. Doomsday, you've been ahead your hand up forever. Go ahead, and I'll get to Mullen.
How's it going, family? Yeah, I just wanted to say that basically everything surrounding this chick is just fake. It's completely, utterly fake. She has to have publicists that are going after you guys. And unfortunately, they mess with the wrong people. So keep up the good work, and thanks a lot.
Thanks, Doomsday. I appreciate it. Yeah, people are just putting in the work, trying to expose it.
One thing that I wanted to piggyback off of TRRK too really quick, because you said something that had a light bulb go off. When you said that you were going through your Twitter feed and you were constantly seeing Eliza's tweets around the Twitter files when she was getting in there. I mean, I had multiple friends message me because they saw me covering the Twitter files saying, who is this Eliza Blue and why is she all over my newsfeed? I don't follow her. And you have to think, if she's so easily able to censor people, who's to say that she also is having these folks push her profile on everybody? Just because I know that a lot of people were getting very annoyed seeing all of her tweets. It'd be interesting, and I would not be shocked if there was like a little backdoor deal of, pushing all of these followers, because even with the Twitter files, she got a great number of followers during that too.
Yeah, I saw that the quartering, I think, was the one who showed how her following grew ever since Elon Musk first started interacting with her. And that once he started interacting with her was when she really started to explode in popularity. And then I don't know if part of it might also have to do with just the rise of Twitter Spaces, or the Twitter Spaces she happened to be a part of, where she was getting a following, because, some people have gotten a big following from that. But yeah, I heard Ian Miles Chong talking today about how he searches his own name, and then he sees people complaining that his tweets are being pushed on people, so and without them following him or Elon Musk, people see tweets from him. So I don't know if there is such a thing as like a white list that you can get on Twitter where your stuff is really promoted. I mean, I thought that's what the blue check mark was supposedly about, but anyway, Mullen, you've been waiting forever. Mullen Labe, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for having me. Are you guys able to hear me? Hey, thanks for having me. Hey, keep up the good work. I think it's pretty sad that in our media, the media is not covering it, and it takes a cosplayer, a journalist, and a comedian to bring this to light. So, okay, keep up the good work, and let's make sure this doesn't spread all around, because we need this kind of crap off the internet. Thanks for doing what you're doing.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, you hear different things, right? I think we've heard different arguments from different people. Some people say that this is just about the censorship. Some people say, no, this isn't just about the censorship. So it's interesting to get both perspectives, and also to get the perspectives from, somebody who's talking about her views on Andrew Tate and stuff. So Grifter, you've had your hand up for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a couple things. Gonna do my best Ben Shapiro impression here and go really fast. First of all, really want to follow up with what you were saying, Nathan, and shout out Manuel Defango. He's actually streaming this space on his YouTube. Everybody should go check it out. I can't listen to it at the same time, but I just want to give him some love. He was at the front of this thing, and he's just the latest victim that's got struck, and it's It's pretty crazy. I'm sure he was pulling his hair out when Crabman was up here earlier. Number two, something I'm seeing come up in this space is we got to remember we can't let political differences here become a wedge. That happened at Occupy. They let the political stuff come in and it broke the movement down. It happens over and over again. And there are strange, I was telling you in DMs earlier, Nathan, there's strange bedfellows in this argument. And we gotta accept the differences between us on other subjects and recognize that we're still allies in this, and like this is only going to survive if everybody sticks together and keeps the pedal down. The third thing I wanted to talk about, Star Wars Girl was talking about the charity, the one that we actually have a record of. I actually have been doing a deep dive into some of the finances on that. Probably later tonight or tomorrow, I got a thread coming out on that, so keep an eye out. It's going to be crazy. And then fourth, I just have one question for Faran, actually. I'm new to this whole thing. I'm trying to do my part to dig up some information. I know you've spent years as an investigative journalist, so I just wanted to ask you, like, what are the standards to reaching out to people, like cold call wise, to phone numbers that you can achieve or that you can obtain through like public record searches online, background searches, those type of things?
And you know, Nathan and Greg, I'm sure would co-sign on this, is that if you have a phone number, you can give it a call. And then when they pick up, it's just, hey, I'm an independent journalist looking into stuff, wondering if I could ask you a couple of questions, and boom. You know, if you live in a one-party consent state, you know, a lot of reporters will record if they live in a one-party consent state. But you kind of have to look that up as far as your own state. But yeah, as far as phone calls, I mean, that's that was like the first part of the whole thing, or email. Nathan, Greg, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. What I do. You know, ironically, before I got into journalism, I was in marketing and sales. I used to work for SAP. So a lot of what I did was cold calling. I would reach out to folks out of the blue. They wouldn't know who I was, but I would be reaching out to them via LinkedIn, sending them emails, calling their phone numbers that I could find via buying data sets. And I just took the tenets from marketing and I applied it to journalism. And you know, it's one of those things where with the folks like from Eliza's past, I've found them. I know exactly where they are. I know their phone numbers, all that good stuff. And I'm just hitting them from multiple different points. I'm calling, leaving a voicemail. If it's a cell phone number, I shoot a text and see what happens. If they have a social networking site that they're on, whether it be Instagram, LinkedIn, so on and so forth, I send them a DM. And sometimes you get something, sometimes you don't. It's one of those like 1 out of 100 things. Sometimes they'll reach back out to you. So yeah, you know, Faran hit the nail on the head.
The only thing I would advise is sometimes that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Grifty. She gave you the floor.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, because I'm trying to dig into this Ben Seep angle, because that time frame for her marriage, I haven't seen any confirmation, and maybe someone can correct me. And if there's anyone out there that's got some information, my DMs are open. Obviously, this is a big crowdsource thing, but I haven't seen that confirmed on whether or not they were actually married. And that marriage, I believe, really would interfere with her timeline as far as when she was being trafficked.
Oh, I just wanted to say, speaking of timeline, I was reading through the comments to this thread, and somebody confirmed her blind date appearance. So this is just, you know, kind of, there's a long history of her trying to get attention, right? American Idol, was there a reality show too, and then blind date. So the blind date thing, anyway, there was some debate in the last space we did. between whether it was in 2001, 2002, or 2006. Apparently, it was when she was about 21 years old. So that was in the 2001, 2002 period. Apparently, that's confirmed, if anybody cares. Because, some people are talking about the timeline. But let me get to a few people. Pink.
One thing
Go
really
ahead.
quick, though, Nathan. One thing
Yeah.
really quick. The one thing I'll also advise, too, when making these phone calls, sometimes you might get a not so great message back. Sometimes people might call you, stop harassing me, stop this, stop that. I would just advise, don't get in the weeds. Just thank you so much for your time. Have a great day. Because one of the things that people love to do, and you even saw Eliza do it herself, is, oh, I was harassed by this reporter, who did this and da 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 da. And you're better off just like always playing the nice card so that they can't say anything bad about you, because people love to take to social media and tell them, how they were harassed and poor me. And since we're kind of with a lot of people that might like to play the victim and on this, just always be nice with a smile. There you go.
Yeah, like otherwise you can end up in like the Libs of TikTok situation, right? Where what's her name? That journalist for the Washington Post, she went to her parents' house, or Taylor Lorenz went to her relative's house and knocked on the door, and they got a picture of her, and then in the end, of course, Taylor Lorenz looked bad. So you don't want to end up in that situation. So yeah, so you got to be, just be nice. I had a job cold calling people before. I hated it, but you call people if they don't want to talk to you. Well, that's cool too. You can take no for an answer. So it's just you just don't have to. Don't be afraid of it. Be a nice person like you are, and ask the questions that you want to ask, and see how it goes. So, all right, cool. Pink, go ahead. Pink, it's pink-haired patriot.
Okay, hi, how's it going, Faran? I tried to get some information for you, but I have a dead end. I'm sorry, but I tried my best. She said that she didn't remember this person, or Eliza, whatever you want to call her. Who even knows if her first name is Eliza? She could lie about that too. But with the Twitter censorship, I want to say this. We saw this with the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial with his attorney, Adam Waldman. Adam Waldman was banned for a couple of years because he was speaking out about the truth about Amber Heard and her lies. So, but he's back now on Twitter. But it took a minute. But don't give up. Our guys will be back, and they will be speaking out about the truth in no time flat. Believe me, I hope so. And thank you for letting me speak. But this is just another like grifter. Obviously we know this, and it just sucks that there are people like her that are using the sexual assault and sex trafficking situation as a way to gain clout. And people like her, if there was a way that we could put her up on trial for this would be great, because people shouldn't be lying about this kind of thing. I'm just saying, it's a thing to me. It hurts my soul that there are people that lie about this stuff, but it happens. But I hope that, Quartering, he's from my area, and I hope that he, gets back on quickly, because he's always got some good shit, but it is what it is right now. But we need to, keep on fighting the good fight and call these people out for who they are. And that's liars. But like I said, Faran, I'm sorry I couldn't get anything out of this girl, and I didn't want to harass her too much about it.
Oh gosh, you're totally fine, and thank you so much. And sometimes this happens in investigations that as you're digging deeper, you hit a dead end, and it's like, okay, well, on to the next thing. So I appreciate it. Thank you. I know Kev has been here waiting for a long time. I've seen his name here for a while. You want to go ahead?
Yeah.
Kev?
So I was just honestly just listening. This is such an important conversation, and I'm glad to see that I'm not the only person that's noticed this bubbling away in the background for so long, because there's just so many question marks about her. And just like Pink said there as well, like we don't even know if that's even her first name, because she's got so many alter egos. She's literally got more faces in a Rubik's Cube. And I think what's so sickening is that this is the new form of currency, isn't it? Relevancy through claiming to be, some sort of self-appointed advocacy worker. I just think it's really disgusting. It's an all-time new low for society, that this is the new trend. This is how people want to. She's tried everything to become famous, and boom, she's done this, and now she's got a good bit of relevancy behind her. And what makes it so sad is it opens up the door for more, because people look at that and they think, right, it's worked for her. Let me, concoct my story. I'll come forward and say something, and then it just plays out and plays out. And that's what I think is just so sad about it. But no, it's such a good conversation. Everything that I was going to really say has been touched on anyway, but I just really hope this starts trending and it gets out there, because people like that need to be held accountable. She needs to be exposed, and she needs to be brought down, quite frankly, because there's so many people in this space. I can just tell that, are probably just listening, that, don't want to come up and speak, that are people that have got their own stories, been through things, and it just really angers you, that you see somebody that's actually profiting from this, whether it's financially or just through, the fact that she's getting a lot of clout or whatever. It needs to be shut down. She needs to be held accountable. But anyway, thanks for letting me speak.
Well, I think, like I said, I think she is kind of being held accountable, in as much as being hated by everybody on the internet is some kind of accountability. But it goes back to what Mars had brought up before, is that we live in an age when being a victim is some kind of currency. And she kind of alluded to it in one of her interviews, that somebody else had already done it before, and she saw Lane. And I even have experience with it where, I had somebody be a guest on my show who talked about abuse, and, I pushed his PayPal and stuff. He ended up being a drug user. And so he was taking advantage of people too. And he was taking advantage of me, I guess, in that sense. He realized there was currency in being a victim, and he came forward. Even though I think his story might have been true, he still was using it to make money, because he, probably had a drug problem and didn't know what else to do. So, this thing, this is what it is, though. People have some kind of, people have to come in order to become influential. It's good to have some kind of something, some kind of celebrity or some kind of story. And she seems to now, who knows, she seems to have picked this story just in order to gain the clout that she ended up gaining. So, Miss Peeps, I had somebody tell me they wanted to hear from you, and I wanted to ask you, it shows that you have #victim on your profile. You prefer to use that rather than survivor? And I'm just curious why.
You could use both. That doesn't matter. But to me, I am a victim. I'm not ashamed of it. So, that's putting it on them. I'm a victim of them, of that person. So, I'm surviving. That's just obvious because I'm here talking about it. So, they're interchangeable. I can use both, but just I guess maybe in the, how I was feeling at that time. Especially going through all this, I'm feeling victimized again by just going through this and seeing this happen. So, I actually had a question for Faran. Have you been hearing people say, look into the money, right? And the NCEOC or whatever. I'm wondering, is there the head of the NCOC, his last name is Portnoy. And there's a Dave Portnoy that's out there. that is has been on Joe Rogan. I think his name is Stool Presidente on Twitter. And I'm wondering, can these people be related? Because he's also been in trouble for, I mean, he's admitted, I think, breaking a young girl's ribs, going around to all these college campuses. I'm just wondering if these people can be related. I can't find anything, but, you know, it's just maybe something to look into. It just seems strange to me. Because if we look at it, the NCOC or whatever, when I went through what I went through and when I went to the FBI, and they didn't give me them. They gave me a pamphlet that gave me information on child sex trafficking and them watching and making sure that my videos and other children's videos didn't come up on the internet. But they also never talked about it in court. So I don't know. There's a lot to my story that is really wild. So, but as far as, I just wanted to look into that NCEOC because, you know, if we look at the FBI a lot of times, they work with the FBI. So is there something maybe at the top that, okay, maybe you're the regular people, you know, aren't, you know, as far as with the Andrew Tate thing being up on their website, is there somebody maybe at the top that is maybe not doing the right thing? And, you know, the regular people that are working there are not the problem. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at the website now, and it says that the president's last name is Truman on the national website for here in DC. And that was one of the things, too, is that, you know, Eliza, when she posted up where she was going to be going to, like, Orlando, Austin, DC, it's probably to meet with these folks here. But I'm not seeing anything with Portnoy, but I'm definitely going to look into it, though.
Yeah, I just had a question about that. Yeah, I think the financials, like the financial stuff that people have been coming up with is like wild. So I think a lot of that is going to bring things out, or has started to bring things out.
Yeah, the one thing that's also important to note too is with this whole NCOSC, in the picture where she, you know, is saying like, oh, you know, my favorite lawyer, there's a Danny Pinter who is in the picture with her. She is the senior legal counsel for the NCOSC. So that's where she was trying to kind of, I think, puff her chest out like, you know, try me. But it's still an abuse of power.
And the thing is the NCOC, are they the one? I mean, this is not political. I'm just wondering, is that where the picture that people were posting with Hunter Biden being there speaking? I remember seeing that, but I'm not sure if it was, I want to say it was that organization. A couple years ago, I seen some people, you know,
Whoops, I don't know what happened there. This whole thing just like crashed out on me. This whole thing crashed out on me.
If you don't answer soon, then you're snoozing. Go ahead, Chaz. You have your hand up?
All right. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, this is Nathan. This is really awesome that you've done this again. Set up this group. I didn't know. I was a little like, hey, we should do this. Like I hit you up like 5:45 there, and you're like, okay, 8:00. So, and I've had like some technical difficulties. I had to like set up a whole phone and stuff. I didn't realize I needed to have it on a phone, Twitter, to be able to talk. So, a little late, but I've been listening to a lot of stuff. Wow. I tell you what, there are a lot of things that I was trying to steel man in my own mind is just melted. Like that steel man is melted, has been melting by so much information that everybody's been coming forward with things. So I guess I was watching Dave Rubin a little earlier today. There's a lot of you guys which I do follow on YouTube. But he came out and he was talking about how he went out and he met with Musk and was there. And I guess the code base is a total clusterfuck. There's a lot of like mysterious algorithm code still in there. So there's still like algorithms which is indeed shadow banning people. So there is still like inherently problems in there. And I guess Musk is really upset and he's debating about like, well, the whole thing should be written from scratch. Basically tore up and redone from scratch. So there is some problems going on.
Everything seems to be working still.
Now this
everything seems to be working
Chaz,
still.
Let me just clarify
it's just
that because
been
I
a
wasn't
little
able to
bit
listen
weird
to that whole
or whatever.
thing
I'm
with,
listening
Dave
on my
Rubin.
phone over here too.
So
sure.
he said that Elon is upset
Yeah,
about the way the algorithm
that's
is
what
working
I'm
right
listening
now
here.
based on some things they talked about.
Yeah, someone just
right.
made my
Well,
computer
Dave
go
had
apeshit
access
right now.
there
I
where
don't know
the
what that
engineers were actually
was.
trying to find out what was going on because there's still like conservatives or people on the right which are being censored or like they're being shadow banned or they're not getting the reach. So Dave was there to basically ask questions about, hey, what's going on? Here's this person. Here's this person. So Dave had a list of people,
shutting down the live stream.
and the engineers were going in systematically to look at each person case by case to see what was going on exactly. And
I need to become friends with Dave Rubin, I guess.
Unit 8200.
Yeah, he's quite an entertaining person, and you can tell when he's like really pissed, he'll use the phrase "motherfucker," and it's like, oh my god, Dave is pissed today, because he normally doesn't like just drop the bombs like that. So, he's a fascinating person to listen to. Because he was like over on the left, over in the progressive encampment, kind of, and then he ended up like converting over. So him and his husband went through a whole bunch of different things. So, but yeah, there is still, and just for clarity, I think everybody should be aware that the algorithms and stuff is like effed. And I noticed there's some issues when people are sharing content right now, where you have nothing to see here, basically, that those images won't activate, but sometimes if you click on the link message down below, you can actually go to it. Like if it's an external link on the YouTube or something, you'll be able to get to it.
Yeah, Anna, you actually explained this on your stream the other day really well, that they're not allowing links from outside, right?
Okay, so this isn't anything new with Twitter. So for whatever reason, whenever you link outside of a website, like so if you post a link to YouTube, that means you're leaving Twitter to go to YouTube. And platforms don't like that because they want to keep you on their platform as long as possible. So anytime, even before Elon bought Twitter, if you just post a link to something, that's typically not going to show up in someone's thread. It won't show up in notifications. So what you have to do is you have to just post a photo with, if you go onto my timeline, you can see anytime I post links, I always have a photo there, not just a link to something, unless it's automatically tweeting something out like when Twitch stuff. But for YouTube, like for Faran, if you ever are going to post like your doc that's coming out on this whole situation, post your thumbnail for the video along with your description and then have the link in the tweet as well. That way the photo shows up and then people can click on the link and then go and your post doesn't get shadow banned. So that's nothing new. That's just the way it's been. I've seen it now where it's like, oh, are you sure you want to leave the platform? I think that's just them trying to keep you on and just defer you from leaving their platform, which YouTube does the same thing. Instagram does the same thing. Facebook does the same thing. So that's nothing new. So if any of you guys are posting links to like, oh, she was in this music video, maybe post like the link, but also maybe a meme or something that won't get you flagged or kicked off of Twitter. And that's another big thing is people that are getting flagged for posting these pics of Eliza. Is Eliza, whether she likes it or not, which I'm pretty sure she likes it, is she's a public figure. So you're allowed to post memes of her. I mean, political cartoons have existed forever, you know.
I'm pretty certain she's loving it. If what I suspect of her is true, because everything of it, and I don't have a degree in psychology, but everything just smells of narcissistic personality disorder.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, wow. And just to be there in silence. And it just seems like the game is she's going to be like really quiet and pretend to be all innocent and just see who's going to hang themselves and then go after them like fish in a barrel, you know, in terms of like, I'm going to get this person banned. I'm going to like file a complaint here. You know, it's like a takedown game. And I don't know what really draws that attention, you know what I mean, for the takedown game, you know, like somebody to be important enough for her to take action on. But it seems like it can be something really petty and simple down to like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on inside her brain.
Well, she's going power hungry and she enjoys it. So her initial tweet when she said that she's not going to address this again, and she claims that she got into contact with, well, she didn't name Brittany, but we all know it was Brittany Venti. And she never contacted Brittany. Brittany has not heard anything from her. So she lied about that. The quartering, when he had tweeted the same screenshot that Brittany posted, he posted the tweet. Then he met, I guess they DM'd privately. She sent him Twitter's terms of service or a screenshot of it and said that he needed to ask her permission before posting that, which is complete bullshit. It's been up on the internet for over 6 years. She's got many of them. She didn't cover her tracks on any of this. That's why we're finding out more and more every single day. And then just holding that above Jeremy. And then he said like within 15 minutes, his account was locked from her sending that. So she knows exactly what she's doing. All she has to do
bro,
is
if
make
you
a
can
call
get
or send
Elon
a
Musk to
text
give me a call,
somebody at
have
Twitter.
him
Maybe it's
give
that
me
Ella
a
chick. Maybe
call,
it's
or at
Elon.
least
Who
email
knows?
me at
And she can get
defango@gmail.com.
anyone
What's up?
banned at this point. So it's basically about being smart about posting stuff or sharing these links so that way she can't flag you. So people have brought up how I haven't gotten hit yet. Well, that's because I'm not sharing the screenshots, and if I do, I censor them in some way so you can still see it. Like the evidence is there, but we all know where to look for it, and just sending people in the right direction to go look for it. Or I cover a lot of this on YouTube, so I'll do a live stream showing things. And as far as I'm aware, she doesn't have any power at YouTube aside from getting, you know, because you can make it a report saying that, hey, they used this without consent, which is what I think happened with the World Star video. And that's why it took a few days to get taken down, which again, Streisand effect was in full force. Because when I first saw that, it was at 36,000 views. The day it got taken down, it had over 104,000 views. So, I mean, best way of covering it in my opinion is showing things on other platforms, and then but showing where all of this can be found. And if you do post it on Twitter, you have to censor it in some way, shape, or form. That way the word still gets out there and people are still seeing it and people can find it. But as long as you don't post an unedited photo or a direct link, you should be okay. And even if you post the direct link, like I said earlier, post like a photo or something with the link. That way the thumbnail doesn't appear, and that way you can't get hit and kicked off Twitter.
Yeah. And to add on that, by the way, huge fan, Star Wars girl. I've noticed also, like when you directly link YouTube stuff, like if you only, or even if you comment stuff, like if you have a little bit of commentary and then post a YouTube link, as you know, Twitter has like an auto embed feature. So that way it doesn't automatically take somebody off site if they want to view a YouTube video directly on the platform. It has that auto embed feature associated with YouTube links. I've noticed that in instances where it's not even like a Eliza video, you know what I mean? Where it's not like her World Star hip hop video or anything like that. I've noticed YouTube videos with her name in the title, oftentimes, more often than not, from what I've seen, when they just converse about Eliza or the Eliza situation, and her name is in the title of the video, you click play on the embedded video on Twitter, and it says, "Hey, there's nothing to see here," and then you have to actually open up a new tab, or through Android, iOS, and all that stuff, and actually view the video in question, either through the congruent app or a separate window. So she's finding a way, or she's found a way. I don't know if she's like habitually monitoring your name, or she's talking to somebody at Twitter saying, if my name is in a video title, please censor it. It's very, I don't know, unusual, because she is the only person on this platform that has that level of censorious aspects with regard to her public image.
Well, she's the only person so far who's been able to use that power. It could be that there are other people who would have had the same ability if they had people that they wanted to get shut down. And I guess that's what it comes down to is, she's close to the ownership at Twitter, and therefore she was able to get special privileges. And as far as external links go, yeah, first of all, there was a thing for a minute because of what was the issue that Elon Musk was pissed off about, people linking to an article about him or what have you, and then he said for a minute links to Facebook, links to other platforms were all going to be banned, and then he went back on that. But what she had done to her YouTube video was special, though, at least the one from World Star Hip Hop, because YouTube videos normally, you click on the link and it takes you to YouTube. This one was special, where you clicked on the link and it said it's not safe. And normally that's reserved for like Gab or BitChute. Those are sites where anything you link from Gab or BitChute is going to come up with a warning label that says this might not be safe. But from YouTube, that's not normal. So what she had done to turn that video into an unsafe link was definitely one of the unique actions that she got Twitter to take. I mean, having them do that for a YouTube video is not normal, because I post YouTube videos all the time. And I click on YouTube videos all the time, and they're basically integrated with the platform. So for them to take a YouTube link for a publicly available video and turn it into something like that was pretty unusual. So.
Well, I mean, to speak on that, they can do that if it's something that's, under review for like sensitive content. I remember when all that stuff was going on. I don't know if you guys watched that documentary, like Don't Fuck with Cats, and people were posting like trying to find the guy that was murdering the cats on YouTube. If you are sharing videos like that are sensitive or under review by YouTube, then Twitter will censor it, just like BitChute and other things.
Okay, cool. That's a good clarification on it. All right, look into a few.
I'm going to assume that everything that we're doing is kind of like monitored in some way, and that all our names are on a spreadsheet or a data set somewhere, and along with like keywords and postings and stuff like that.
Yeah, it could be. You never, it's hard to know. I've been a creator for a long time, and some things trend and some things don't. And sometimes you're hot and sometimes you're not. And a lot of people want to say it's a conspiracy theory, but the next day they end up getting a viral tweet. So it's really hard to know. Like for a creator especially, it's just hard to know exactly how the system works. I don't know if I'm being suppressed. I can't tell, because once in a while something will trend, and then what are you supposed to say? Oh, well, they didn't suppress that one, but they're suppressing everything else. So it's really hard to know, and that's why the Twitter files were really helpful, because it actually exposed some of what was going on behind the scenes. And in this case, we need the Twitter files on this. I mean, this is what we need the Twitter files on, is like who contacted Twitter, who did they contact, what was the process they went through, what was their decision tree, like why these tweets that don't even make sense. Any lawyer who saw the tweets from Ella Irwin thinks they were insane. When I read them to Viva, he was like, it's ridiculous. She said we only suspend accounts when they know they were sharing something illegal. It's like, well, how do you judge that? It doesn't. So the situation isn't good at Twitter right now. So let me get to a few. Go ahead, Charles.
I was supposed to say that was like complete bullshit, just blanket stuff out there, and I've been like trying to push back on like calling out for fair use, but I have to like watch my language in terms. I mean, because I can make some sarcastic wisecracks and I'd get myself in trouble in a heartbeat. But that's what I think my main concern is, like for everybody else that's in on this crazy ride right now, is just to kind of like watch your P's and Q's, think about be smart about what you're posting and how you're posting.
Well, you can see I didn't put her name in the title for this Spaces just because of that. So, I don't know if it's true or not. You could say, but I left her name out just for that reason, just in case they have some kind of, because actually in the chat right now, somebody mentioned they want to hear from Zach. My friend Zach Voorhees was the Google whistleblower. He knows about Twitter censorship. He was the one who revealed, the blacklists that YouTube had, where they basically blacklisted words that had anything to do with the Las Vegas shooting. So it's certainly possible for them to say, hey, anybody that says Eliza, we're going to reduce visibility. And, they have the tools to do that. They have the tools to reduce visibility, and you still get interactions. It's just not as much as you would have gotten if it wasn't happening. So, and we don't know. We don't know if this space that we're hosting right now is somehow being suppressed, like we heard some people claim last night. But anyway, Kelly, you go ahead. You've had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, thanks for letting me speak there, Nathan. Just wanted to chime in with my experience. Came across this thread. I haven't been following the whole Eliza thing, but I did come across Faran and basically her cancel Twitter Blue campaign. What I noticed happened today and probably over the last 48 hours was basically like a blanket suppression of accounts with free thinkers. Like I said, I wasn't following today's story, but basically I was shadow banned today. I did have the blue check mark. I signed up for that early on, but I decided I'm going to cancel it today because they removed it from me for whatever reason. And I think to me, it seems pretty clear that there's a bit of an internal war going on at Twitter. If you do read stuff on the mainstream media, there's a lot of slamming Elon Musk. They're talking about how he wiped out improvements and whatnot. And they're complaining they haven't picked up their old laptops and hardware. They're talking about there not being enough toilet paper in the offices. So, I think that kind of talks to the sentiment of some of the people who are left there, and why we might be seeing this kind of tug of war on Twitter, where it seems really good at times. There's free speech and information that's censored on other networks is coming out, and then it kind of gets pulled back in, and people get shadow banned and all that kind of stuff. And I think it's just going to be this ebb and flow going forward, where they kind of weed out the cancer within the company. And unfortunately, until that's all done, doesn't really make sense, I think, to pay for Twitter Blue, that's for sure. And, really cool to hear Star Wars Girl, kind of her tips for not getting, shadow banned or suppressed and all that. And kind of curious to hear, Faran, what your experience has been with this Twitter Blue thing, because that's kind of how I came across this space. But it sounds like they've been playing games with you for quite a while. So curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Faran, are you with us? She might be with us. There you go.
Yes, I am. I'm sorry, because I was grabbing sorry, I had to go bring the laundry over to the other room, so I missed the question. I'm so sorry. What was your question?
Yeah, kind of curious just about your Twitter Blue experience. I was talking about, for me, I wasn't even commented on the Eliza story today, but I am a proponent for free speech, and I'm a truth seeker. And so I got my blue check mark removed and shadow banned and all that today. And it seems like there's an internal ebb and flow within Twitter. I feel like Elon's probably trying to cut out the cancers within, and that algorithm's always changing. But kind of curious to hear what your experience has been so far with with Twitter Blue and you not being able to get the check mark and whatnot, and the cancel Twitter Blue tweet you made earlier?
Yeah, so I first got it back in so November, December, January. So yeah, I think I got it back in November. It was either late November or early December, because remember he did like one wave where everybody jumped on. I missed the first wave, and then I got in when he opened up the second wave. And I signed on. I got my check mark, I think I want to say in like 3 or 4 days. And then I didn't realize that if you change your picture, it removes your check mark, and you have to wait like another like 4 days to a week. Well, here it had been 3 weeks. And I noticed that when I put in a request, like, a review, it said that my profile was still under review. And then as of today, I finally did another one, and it said it was still under review. And I was like, okay, I'm done. Like, I'm not going to be paying. I understand the concept of wanting to like verify people and whatnot, but at this point, like, so many people are getting censored, getting shadow banned, getting banned, that I finally just said I've had enough. Like, I went a whole month basically paying $8 and didn't even have a check mark. So yeah, sorry. So yeah, that was my experience. But it started where I changed my picture, but then it should have been, resolved pretty quickly. And for some reason, when I started tweeting about this, it wasn't.
Yeah, I changed my name and it came back pretty quick. You should have had it by now. So you
Yeah.
think, yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people here, Caliuga, are canceling their Twitter Blue. I mean, everybody I talked to said that they're going to let it expire. I think, I was just looking around at what the difference was. I saw people who didn't get the check mark, and I checked to see if their engagement seemed like it was down at all, and I didn't really notice any difference. I mean, the truth is it's worth it if you get better engagement, for sure. I mean, if somehow it adds you to a whitelist, like if it's basically like you're paying for advertising, kind of, right? Like you're paying to advertise your profile. And if you got more visibility, if it really paid off, then I think it would totally be worth it. I just can't tell. I mean, my engagement went up, my engagement went down. I got search banned. I'm not search banned anymore. I mean, but who knows? I'm going to cancel it. I'm going to see how it goes. If my engagement goes down, if I notice a difference, I'll sign back up again. I mean, honestly, like, it's worth it to me to have better engagement, for sure. So it's just that I don't know that that's demonstrated. I don't know if it's demonstrated by anyone that you do get a lot of benefits from having the check mark. And then that's separate from the issue where people just philosophically object to Twitter now, that they're banning people unjustifiably, and they just want to they just don't want to pay Twitter for that philosophical reason, which is where a lot of people are at too. So a few people have been waiting to speak for a while. I know I called on Scratch Baker before. Scratch Baker, are you around right now, or you've had your hand up forever? Wow, that is a fucked up voice changer. Is that a voice changer? We can't understand that.
Can I say before you pick on someone else, I have some advice on how you can get more
I guess the voice changer wasn't doing it for him. So now we gotta fix that real quick. Have to log out real quick. I just have to remember how to do that because it's fucking impossible. There it is. Okay. They fix it. God damn it. Lift the veil. I had a whole fucking bit planned out, you son of a bitch. You know how long it took me to set that shit up? Motherfucker. Took forever. I fixed it.
People's actual tweets, it'll be like, oh, Faran retweeted this or Brittany retweeted this. I never see people's actual tweets. I see everyone's retweets. So I don't know, maybe it's the algorithm change, but it's got a negative connotation, but it really will make a difference if you want, your tweets to get some, I guess.
So
there's something Anna brought up was the pronouns, because I seen something and I forget where it was and what articles. There was some screenshots where Eliza got really testy because the person was not using they and them for the pronouns to address Eliza, and was threatening to report to Twitter. So if you do have any interaction, just be conscious of that, because I've been very careful of that myself when referencing her. But I use like Eliza Blue in place of the pronouns.
Yeah, so just put EB then.
She uses they them pronouns.
She corrected someone about it.
Get out of here!
Yeah, I'm
really?
not gonna do that.
Yeah, so just put this person that's censoring, or just put the letters EB. That way everyone knows who you're talking about, but it won't get hit with, I guess, whoever she has that's working at Twitter that's looking through her name whenever you type it in. So use her @ or put EB or this person, and we'll all know who, we're talking about.
Yeah, I just said the blue-haired individual, but I didn't realize she was using crazy pronouns. That's a whole new spin on things. But
I've been calling it blue cheese. But she is trending right now with the most tweets. It's saying 10.4 K tweets.
Wow.
And let me check her social blade. Oh God, she's rapidly falling now. She's at 270,000, almost 200. And yeah. The other thing too is Cassandra. I don't know if it worked for any of you guys up top, but Cassandra just blocked me when I wasn't blocked before. So I don't know what's going on, but they've clearly taken notice to something.
Really? Why would well, so what is it? Cassandra's friends with her or what?
Apparently. Her and I did have a little spat back and forth. Because she was saying that, that they were booked and they couldn't bring in Brittany Venti. And I said, that's bullshit, because, for my own show, when there's stuff that happens, you can move guests around. You were able to move around Crowder so that he came on Monday. And I was like, you can easily do this for Brittany. And she was like, nope, sorry. And I was like, see, the job of a producer is to be able to follow the news and, be able to do that. And she's like, well, thank God you're not my news anchor. And I was like, well, thank God you're not my producer. So we kind of had a little bit of an exchange, but then she still didn't block me though then. But now I am. So there you have it, folks.
I just was alerted that the person with the voice changer was a celebrity in this space, at least, who has to maintain a private identity. So anyway, that person might come back on the space, but we have to keep it a secret who it might be. So I'm not going to let that on. Hey, Zach, I see you joined. I see you off mute. Did you have something you wanted to add to this?
Hey, Nathan. Yeah, there's a question about algorithmic boosting, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, the best way to tell whether something is algorithmically boosted is to divide the number of views by the number of comments. And if there's like something that's like way different, then yeah, it's being algorithmically boosted.
So basically it's a hack you're talking about where you can see, and that's something you can tell now on Twitter for autistic people and stuff. It's great because you have more numbers and you can be like, oh, I got this many likes versus this many views, and there should be, basically the deal is there should be a ratio that's relatively consistent. And you're saying you can tell if something is artificially boosted if it has too many views and not enough comments?
Yeah.
Or what? Yeah.
Yeah. Then they're just like running bots or something.
Right. Well, that means they're giving the false impression that something has more views than it really does. Right. Which wouldn't be that helpful on Twitter, but is super helpful on something like YouTube, where somebody might decide whether or not to click on a video based on whether a bunch of people have already watched it before. So they see, that's people's mentality. They're like, oh, this has a bunch of views. Oh, I should watch it.
Right.
And
right.
So
plus these engines are looking for outliers, like videos that have like an extraordinary number of views or something that's like novel. And then it just kind of like goes to the moon. I've got a conspiracy theory.
Great. I love conspiracy theories.
I think that this might be an intel op, and that it's basically the triggers being pulled before they planned it to be. I think that's...
Oh, elaborate. Make it clear for us.
Consider the deep state's playbook. 1, drop in a grifter. 2, amplify them. 3, at the peak, the MSM exposes it all as a giant fraud. And then, that they poison the entire narrative and the real victims become collateral damage.
Well, okay, so yeah, we're making, so this is her as controlled opposition. So somebody who is planted intentionally to destroy the credibility of other victims who go forward, or what?
She doesn't even have to be in on it, man. Like the algorithms, they can just select someone that's like the profile. And so, or at least that's how I would do it. Right. So I think
just line up the gears and let everything take its course. And I like what Zach is just brought up. I have sat here and wondered myself if there's something funny going on like this.
Well, there might be something funny going on with it. But like my only hesitation to fall too deeply into that aspect is you look at the amount of information that is poured out with respect to Eliza's narrative, background, so on and so forth, and how she has completely contorted what it means to be a victim. One large reason why I feel like the mainstream media, when I say the mainstream media, I'm not necessarily talking about Fox News. I'm talking about stuff like, NBC, stuff like that, stuff that leans more left. I feel like one of the reasons they're not wanting to cover this, to say Eliza Blue is a grifter or whatever you have, or however they want to frame it, is because she's already openly asserted on either illusory statements or flat out statements, references to her being a semi-voluntary sex worker in some way, shape, or form. Like when she talked about, when she laughed along that one gal talking about being a prostitute or something like that. That goes completely against a lot of the more left-leaning talking points that empowers sex work. So if the mainstream media goes and does an expose and says like, hey, she's a liar, grifter, blah, 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 blah. Look at what she's saying. She was a sex worker. That goes against what they're trying to push of the empowerment of sex workers, the empowerment of cam girls, prostitutes, so on and so forth. And I already have my reasons as to why the folks on the right aren't doing it, because they don't want to lose access in a myriad of ways. I'm not quite sold. It's very well possible that she's some kind of maybe unwilling pawn or potentially controlled opposition. But I'm a little hesitant on that. It's possible. Anything is possible because this thing's getting deep. But I wouldn't lean too heavily on that. I would just kind of like have it in
these sons of bitches,
mind, so to speak.
ruining a good bit just because they didn't like the voice changer for like 2 seconds.
That, we have a pretty notable person in here. We have Brandon Straka. I sent you a invite to speak. Notice that you're here. If you want to come in and say why you're here, because we're a tiny little group of people that are kind of being shadow banned on this whole issue. Would definitely love to get your take if you'd like to come up and speak. I'll send it again.
Yeah. Good seeing you, Brandon. We had some other kind of notable people in this stream. We had Brandy's address. I got nervous when Brandy was there. Brandy is like a debunker for NBC News. I didn't want to scare her away, but she's somebody who's kind of an enemy to most of us because she's just, constantly complaining about people doing things on the internet who are competitors to her. But it is interesting that we have the Daily Beast looking into the story officially, and then Brandy was here, so people are obviously interested. And yeah, Brandon, if you want to come up, we're interested in hearing from you. If you just want to listen, that's cool too. Chrissy has been here for a long time, just listening. Chrissy, if you have anything you want to add, everybody loves the work you do too. So and let me get to a few people who've had their hand up for a long time. This name, which is a bunch of dots and an ampersand sign. Go
Hi,
ahead.
I'm Penelope Nesia. Hi.
Hey.
Nathan, it's Penelope.
Hey, what's up? Hey, Penelope.
Okay, so first, I want to say I think the best thing we could do is delete our tweets with her name in it and just drop her like a hot potato, because I think she is narcissistic and she's enjoying this. And then second, I had no clue who she was until I watched and listened to Defango. And I thought we were fortunate that he could get in front of it because he had a past history with her. And he was telling us, who she was back in the day, but in 2006. He was telling us all kinds of information that a lot of us wouldn't have had. And then there was stuff, unfortunately for her, that was over a decade old, that was out there that was telling us a different picture than what she was painting now. And the reason she's painting the picture now is because she wants to be something or someone. And she's managed to grift her way into places. And she probably did manage to make her way into people that are running some of these platforms now. Just as Nathan's been around a long time, I also have. I'm OG. And we have connections now because we've been doing this for so long. And she stumbled her way into it. And she's taking advantage of it and trying to get a grift out of it as much as she can. But it is possible she doesn't know. I believe this could possibly be, like somebody said, a whole operation. And the reason I say that is because there is eventually going to be the IBOR. We're going to have the internet as a utility, and we're going to have to sign a terms of service. We're going to have to earn to get to use it. I know it sounds like a conspiracy, but it's a conspiracy fact that they've been working on for quite some time. And I believe that we will be looking at United Nations telling us that Article 5 and Article 7 or Article 13 has hate speech rules in it. You can't say the words immigrant. You have to say refugee and so forth. So with that happening, they had to bring in someone that was going to teach us a lesson that we have to start to accept. We have to watch our language. We have to not commit thought crimes. And we can't just drop a link here and there. We've got to get used to it. And the younger generation, they will get used to it. Us that are used to having our way and doing and saying what we want, we're going to have to be taught a lesson. And it's unfortunate. I mean, I've seen people that 3 years ago they lost their account, and you just barely bring up about being shadow banned, which I've been for 14 years. I hardly have any followers. I just recently made it to 400. And I do my part. I try to do my part. I've not taken money for any of it. And I just see that you either get there or you don't get there, but as long as you can still say what you want to say and feel like you're trying, if you only reach one person, that's what they say. I'm not all about becoming somebody or something. I just feel like we should be able to have free speech if we want to have it. And I felt fortunate that I found out from the very beginning what Defango was saying, because once I saw her pictures, there was no way this girl was in her mind mentally incapacitated for the way she was treated. If anything, I think she was lifted up by it. And it was an insult to those whom have been through that type of torture, mentally or physically. And that's why I wanted to come in here and I wanted to speak to you guys, because there is a group of people that should be speaking up right now and absolutely being angered. And it not just because they were censored, but because of the ones that were actually abused. It's unbelievable the way this is going. I totally think the new Twitter with Elon is a psyop. I think the blue check thing was a psyop. It was to get nodes connected together so they could see who was going to connect. They got deeper into people's data information. Us only being able to use the phone is a backdoor entry into our data. That's how I think, you guys. I don't see this whole thing as a free platform, and I don't feel like we really see the whole big picture that's going on.
And that part I will agree with you 100%, but the only part where I'll respectfully disagree is that we just have to stop and ignore her because she's a narcissist. I understand, because I've dealt with narcissists in my life, that you can do that on a person-to-person level, but when it comes to this, I'm not going to have anybody, make me fear or cower because I'm reporting on a story of, somebody using and abusing their power at the upper echelons of a tech company. I'm not going to drop it, especially how we're like halfway there. That would be like giving up, 10 miles into the, 26.2 marathon. We're starting to get people listening. We have frickin' Brandon Straka here, who's got 606,000 followers on his Twitter. We're starting to make waves. And the thing is that everybody looked at Elon as kind of this beacon as far as, oh, he's going to bring in the free speech back, blah, 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 blah. Well, now we're not even here for almost a year with him. And we have not the FBI, not the CIA, not all these. We have one person who's going around on on a tirade, like a kid in Toys R Us, having a meltdown and shutting people down because it's not what she likes. And that's the problem. And unfortunately, when you have, right now you're not going to have, Democrats or Republicans want to kind of ruffle feathers because there's also a lot of other stuff that's going on. And you're also going to have people that aren't going to probably stand up, because that's what politicians do. They don't stand up for you. They don't stand up for me. They only stand up for themselves. Unfortunately, where we have come this far, there's no way in hell I would drop it and ignore it. No way in hell.
Okay, but you're looking at it to where we're dropping it because of her. And really what we need to think about is, when are we going to stop logging in a lot of these platforms so they don't take us and control us? And
well, I think that's more of a larger 10,000 foot view. I'm talking about just the specific situation where I'm not stopping, and there's no way I think in hell that anybody else is, because if you let one person get away with it, this opens up the door for a lot of other things, which is what got Twitter in the trash in the first place.
But she's feeding off of the attention. That's why
no, she's not, because if she was feeding off of it, she wouldn't be trying to get everything taken down. I don't think she's feeding off of it at all. I think she's actually scared shitless, because when she loses this job, she's got nothing. She's literally got nothing.
She's definitely tweeting less. She locked down her what was it, or locals, right?
Yeah, that's scared behavior. That's not she's grifting off of it, or she's getting her jollies off of it. She's tweeting cat pictures over and over, for Christ's sake. Like, she's scared. She's not addressing it because and notice too, the other reason why she's scared is when people like Daniel went to her privately, who's also, actually, I think I made him a speaker. When he asked her, hey, what's going on, and was just talking to her like a friend, what does she reply? Oh, you should take it up with legal at NCOSE. She's scared because nobody threatens legal when you're just saying, hey, is everything okay?
But she also wouldn't like it if you just suddenly started ignoring her and didn't give her the attention. And
I'm sorry. I don't think that there is any way, shape, or form that she gets to get away with this. The damage is done. She knows she messed up. And unfortunately, this needs to be exposed. Because walking away from it, who's going to be next then? Who's the next one that doesn't like stuff? Oh, wait, hang on. We already got one. Ella Irwin, when she didn't like a tweet that Defango put out. That's why he's banned. There's no standing down at this point because it's going to get worse.
We can't see the narrative. Like, there may be hit pieces coming out. We need to make sure that we, put down the record what's actually going on. It's just, use it to wake up people. It's like just another media lie.
I'm curious where the media is what their angle is on it, what the Daily Beast's angle is on it, what NBC is thinking about. As far as the conspiracy theory about Twitter trying to enact some kind of system, I mean, there is some stuff to back that up. Just like he said, if you sign up for Twitter Blue, for example, he said, if you sign up for Twitter Blue, there's going to be an option for more personalized ads. So the theory is, you'll get better ads if you sign up for Twitter Blue and activate that. But in order to get more personalized ads, that means they have to track you more so they know what you're interested in. So the only way to get more personalized ads is for them to find out more information about you, and finding out information about you is what they want. So the Twitter Blue was some kind of a backdoor way to get people not only to pay, but also say that they're willing to provide more information. And then he also did mention something about a type of social credit score where if you were blocked by people or if people reported you, that might affect your visibility over time. I don't know if any of that was ever implemented, but there has been some talk about that, where if people, if you get blocked a lot, like that would be like a negative mark on your report card, and maybe you'd get downranked because of it. So
we were talking about the angle too of how they're going to pick it up. I mean, it's as clear as day. I mean, we all know the media, having worked in the media, the left is going to say that, oh my God, look at Elon. He promised all this stuff, and look at all the corruption now that's happening inside, because they want to take down Elon. The right is going to stick mostly to the censorship issue if they pick it up, because right now, they're happy with Twitter and everything's going okay. But for a guy like Sebastian Gorka to be like, hang on, what the hell's going on here? And to tweet it out, the right's going to stick with just the censorship issue.
Yeah, most likely. Well, that's the easiest issue. I mean, it's always sensitive, regardless of how much of a grifter and how much she proved it in her own words that Eliza is when you're saying that somebody isn't a survivor of sex abuse and they say they are, then what? You're not believing all women. You're being a misogynist. You could be being this or that, and then you could be accused of getting involved with internet drama. So the censorship thing is just real easy. But I still think people have avoided it because they don't want to say anything bad about Elon Musk. I mean, I do think there are genuinely people who just don't, for reasons that they think it might be bad for their reach on Twitter. I mean, it's not a crazy idea to think that.
Right. I want to add that, who are they going to be clown? Who is the media going to be clown? Is it going to be Eliza? Is it going to be us that are trying to expose her, or is it going to be Elon Musk?
Well, I think they hate Elon Musk. I mean, that's the one thing where different people have different motivations for wanting to go after Eliza Blue. Some are about censorship. Some are about her misrepresenting herself as a victim. Some are Andrew Tate supporters who don't like that she was into that. So there are a lot of different reasons people are looking at Eliza, and a lot of reasons to talk about it, but there are reasons not to too. So, but the reason to talk about it, and the reason it makes me suspicious when you don't see more Twitter spaces about this, I don't know, I'm who it doesn't take a genius to say that this is a trending topic. You would think more people would talk about it. And so I've been surprised at the number of people. At least I've just been surprised that I don't see a Twitter Spaces, that there's not a Twitter Spaces going on 24/7 talking about this. If I was going to advise somebody on a way to, get some notoriety on Twitter, I would tell somebody to host a Twitter Spaces because it's a popular topic. Look, people show up, they want to hear about it. So weird that there is still some silence. But on the other hand, people are tweeting about it, Sebastian Gorka, et cetera. So, and people are here, right? And thanks everybody who's here for the space. Appreciate everybody's input so far. I invited up Game Tech Politics. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I appreciate you guys doing the space because it's kind of a catch-22. You want to get to the truth, but then again, you don't want to get your account suspended. I had run-ins last year. The people that have listened to me constantly throughout spaces, they know that I do a lot of intel projects, and so for the longest time, I knew before Twitter dropped number 9. I knew about the psyops going on Twitter. They're amplifying voices that that seemed out of the ordinary, and so I did a deep dive on some of those groups. And I want to quickly mention the Crowder situation. The Crowder said the Daily Wire is working against you. He said that for a reason. Everyone wants to concentrate on the 50 million number, but not actually what Crowder said. So when it comes to respect to Eliza, I started noticing her contacts and the circle that she was trying to get in last year. I did a deep dive. I knew this information, guys, a long time ago. I was just kind of afraid to expose that information just because it would thwart a lot of the stories that I was doing at the time and a lot of the connections that I was trying to build as well. So I didn't want to go there because I knew that she was trying to get into certain circles. I posted in the comments section one of our interactions, and I didn't find this. I didn't find the little quote by Eliza saying that I don't know how the world works, which is hilarious. But I after all of this has been exposed, I watched some videos on her, and she says the same exact phrase in some of these videos. Like, people don't know how the world works, or I didn't know how the world works. It was just like a catchphrase that she kept on repeating. And it reminded me what she told me just last year. I believe it was in 2021, a year and a half ago, or a year and a month ago. But it just reminded me what she said to me. Like, I don't know how the world works. I'm alleging, this is just an alleging, and this is just speculation in my opinion. This isn't based on 100% fact. I think we'll get there. I think we'll get to the truth. But I'm speculating that, or alleging that she is part of a paid group to spread out sort of messages. Now, that's the thing. That's the confusing part that most of the audience probably isn't aware of. There are groups that you may agree with 99.9% of the time, but there are groups out there that push messages on purpose to basically kind of divide or even distract. I wanted you guys to be aware of that. And I think she had got into one of those circles, and now she's a part of a group like that. I just wanted to give you guys that info, and I appreciate you allowing me to give you my background on her a little bit.
Thanks for that. Thanks for your input on it. I appreciate it. Hey, all right. So go ahead, Grifter. You've had your hand up for a bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in. Look, I don't know nearly as much as that Star Wars girl. I would just want to point out that we might want to be careful actually using Eliza and Ella's handles and speaking at them directly. There are terms of service that go against targeted harassment. And with Defango getting suspended today, almost immediately after he directly tweeted at Ella, that could be something that we would want to watch out with, and maybe just stick to hashtags, because that's not you're not targeting the person. I know we want them to see these things. They're going to see them, but we do want to make sure we're not dropping soldiers left and right.
Yeah, on that, I mean, I don't see how using a tag for someone is targeted harassment unless you're calling for people to go bother them. In all of the tweets that whenever I use that, I've been on Twitter a long time now, so I feel like I have a little bit more experience on how to word things so that way I don't get flagged, because before I was verified, I would get flagged all the time and put into Twitter jail. So now it's like you have to be kind of very strategic on how you word things. Kind of like if you're a kindergarten teacher and you know how to talk to children, that's basically how Twitter is. So when I use the hashtags, it's never to call to like bother someone. It's just like this person did X and it's how it affected Y. So it's never a call for anything. So I can't get flagged. And again, using certain types of languages. And also, before you call on the next person, Nathan, I think why a lot of people aren't doing Twitter spaces is, like, for me personally, I have a much bigger following on YouTube. And for me, it makes more sense just to pull up a live stream. I can be on camera. I can pull up Twitter. I can show all of the receipts, images, videos, everything. And it's just much more easier for me. And I know a lot of other YouTubers that do that as well, that have, much bigger followings on YouTube or Rumble or on like platforms where you can actually see everything. So as far as Twitter Spaces goes, I mean, I rarely this is the first one I've ever participated in, and I don't really listen to them. If I want information, I go and I watch a YouTube video or I watch a live stream to get all that information. So I think it's not that people aren't covering it. It's just how you want to perceive or want to get information. So I don't think it's, people not covering it, because I've seen it covered in a lot by a lot of people, just not here. And the only reason I really jumped on is because I know Faran.
Yeah, well, maybe it's because, well, there are a few different things. I mean, here's the thing. I normally host a YouTube show. I think this is a reason a lot of YouTubers don't shift to doing more Twitter spaces, because we don't get super chats, right? I mean, let's face it, like, you're on YouTube, you get super chats, whatever. I plug my links. Nobody plugs their links on these spaces. I will plug mine for people who want to support me, because that's why I'm supported. But that's one reason I think people don't do it. I heard like Ethan Ralph say, why am I going to do Twitter spaces? Because I get super chats on my live stream. And I think that's one reason for it. One reason for it is obviously we don't have video. And actually, I was thinking about it today when I was on with Defango, is Twitter should integrate with something like StreamYard and allow us to have because we have these exact same conversations on YouTube, where we can actually show stuff and play things. So it would be really, the valuable thing about Twitter Spaces, like I had a big YouTube channel at one point. It got deleted because I was talking about the vaccine. So now I'm rebuilding it. So I get more. And the nice thing about Twitter Spaces is that if you're talking to somebody else who's influential and has followers and stuff, obviously they bring all their followers with you to the chat. So I'm friends with Zach. I had Zach on my show, but I don't get the same exposure as I would on Twitter, because he has so many Twitter followers. That if he were to join me, all his Twitter followers would be aware of it. And so I think there's a lot of potential to this Twitter Spaces, and I enjoy hosting it. And but there is the thing where people don't make money from it, and that's why it makes the motivations of someone like Mario, who has a team working for him, and meanwhile there's no indication that he's making any money off of doing any of these spaces. It makes you think, like, how's that possible, right? I don't have a team. I need people to give me donations. And if, I take a night off, that means I don't get donations. And so it's interesting that there is, I think the Twitter Spaces is a super valuable thing. I think it's basically put Clubhouse out. There was another app called the Call-In app. that is basically obsolete because of something like this. So, and I really appreciate, and shout out to Defango. I heard he's live streaming this. Just wanted to say, it was because of him, because I knew him, that a few people joined the stream last night, and people are back here today. And, we're blessed to have this many people interested in the stories. So, let me get to a few more speakers.
Can you
go
dual
ahead.
stream to YouTube too?
Well, see, this is the thing about Twitter Spaces. I would. For what, the other thing about Twitter that's great is I have so many problems with censorship with YouTube that I feel like I can actually say what I think here, where I have to jump through hoops like crazy on YouTube for the things I want to talk about, because I'd like to talk about the vaccine and stuff, and you just can't. But you can't dual stream, no, because you can't hook it up from your computer as of right now. And so I can't think of a good way. If I could think of a good way to dual stream, maybe I would.
You could have OBS open and have it like basically a screen recording with audio, and then do it that way.
Yeah,
that'd
yeah,
be my advice for it.
I could be running it that way. So I might do that. I know Defango's streaming it. I think I could figure out a way to do that too. So, but it would be just. It wouldn't be a YouTube show, though. It would be it would be a picture of Twitter and our voices. It wouldn't actually be a real YouTube show. So, and we're also not able to use a microphone with this, so it's not the perfect kind of a podcast. So, if I had to give advice to Twitter, though, I would say open it up for video. I mean, allow us to do these things. I mean, most of us are video content creators. Most of us appear on camera. So the technology must exist to be able to integrate that to where Twitter could do it too.
Can I jump in on this one?
Go ahead. Yeah. Go
ahead. With regards to the Twitter Spaces, I mean, I've only participated in a few as well, like Anna. I'm a content creator on YouTube, but
just an update.
I know that a lot of people,
I finally figured it out.
Never really wanted to push the Twitter Spaces, and that's one of the reasons that this whole Eliza situation is really strange, because so many of those people refused to even go near it, even though we knew that they knew about it. For example, Ian Miles Chung, like he knew exactly what was going on, and he even commented on it on Twitter, but then he refused to go any further and really talk about it and make a Twitter space. And I think they're going a little bit of a different model with Twitter space than that, because they don't want to have the video and everything like that. They want to do it a little bit differently here. And I think that part of the reason it's kind of really weird is because they've changed the rules so much here, and you can actually get banned on YouTube for a lot of the stuff that you talk about in Twitter Spaces. So if you share a lot of the stuff, especially with regards to the vaccine or anything like that, so a lot of people are doing that, like streaming it onto Rumble, because Rumble doesn't have those rules, but YouTube does. Now, with regards to Eliza, again, like one of the things I didn't know while I found that out while I was listening to it on this space here is that, like, for example, her pronouns are they, them. Like, she doesn't have that in her profile. Like, how are we supposed to know something like that? And how are you supposed to get, like, because people, like, you get banned off Twitter for misgendering people or speaking about them or whatever. So the fact that she has all these different kind of contacts that are going into these things is just really interesting. Now, I have a conspiracy mind as well, and mine goes like way deeper, because I think that this all kind of comes back onto like the whole Elon Musk situation, and I had my doubts when he took over to begin with. So to me, it's just really interesting, because I think that the idea that Elon Musk took over and that everybody was kind of like, oh yeah, free speech is like a thing now on Twitter and like blah blah blah. It's like, you guys, like, could we kind of keep our eye on the money of who this guy really is, because he gets funding from major governments, especially in the United States. He's a major player. It's not like they were going to let him run Twitter freely and like do whatever the fuck he wanted. Right now, he doesn't even give a shit about Twitter. He's off doing court stuff. Like, he doesn't even care about some of the stuff that's happened. He's basically put this other woman in charge that, barely is any different than what happened. Like that's why everybody's saying, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. I just think a lot of the stuff is all kind of lining up to where we are at now. In fact, the stuff that's come out with Eliza Blue, I think is really interesting because it's kind of like, it kind of came out of nowhere because Brittany Venti exposed her in a very strange way because it wasn't supposed to happen like that. And the way she reacted to Brittany Venti is what set it off. And now this kind of trigger has finally put this light on the fact that Twitter is not actually any different at all. So I just wanted to say that. Thanks for letting me speak.
It is, to be fair, I appreciate it. Thanks. I mean, it is different. A lot more people, Twitter, I try to take it, a lot of people really want to criticize Elon Musk all the time. Like Twitter is no different now than when he took over, but it is different. I mean, there are a lot of people here. There are people here I talk to, that were banned before. There are people I hosted on my show that were banned before and now that are back. And that's different. There are people like I know who were silenced who now are back on Twitter and mostly allowed to speak. But this type of censorship is so egregious that it affects everyone who's ever had to deal with censorship before. They're personally offended by it, and yada yada yada. We get to where we are here today. So Twitter is different. It's different, but it's
it's different because I had a huge I had big opinions about the vaccine, so I understand that it's different in that sense of I think the difference is a little bit of an illusion. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just that it is different, but at the same time, this is kind of making it out that it's really not, because this should not be happening under normal circumstances, because it's not even like we're talking about the vaccine or anything like that. We're talking about something so simple, something so very ridiculously simple as this woman's alleged past that she was basically questioned about very simply. And she kind of lost her shit. And now so many people are banned because of her affiliations with certain people at Twitter. This is exactly what was going on before. That's like, there is no difference in that sense, really.
I just wanted to.
Yeah,
Oops, sorry.
I hear you. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to step in. I'm Ross Alerts. I'm on news page and everything. And when I heard about the news that Brittany Venti got censored by Eliza Blue, I knew something wasn't right away. But I got family members that's sleeping right now. But I just wanted to say, Faran, that Star Wars girl, to Chrissy Meyer, Brittany Venti, the Quartering, you are all doing a absolutely fantastic job. Full detective mode. So thank you so much for your work. And I know it can be really stressful, but we really need to cover this, and a lot of people need to spread the word. So keep up the great work.
Cool. Thanks. I appreciate it. And yeah, same thing. I wouldn't have any content at all if it wasn't for the work that other people are doing. I mean, that's what content creators do. That's what the Quartering did with his tweet thread. I'm sure, it's not like he's necessarily doing all his research. He sees the research that other people did. And sometimes it's people who have very small accounts who dig out some of the best stuff. And Defango was an example of that. I mean, Defango wasn't getting really much activity on his Twitter account. And he posted a thread, didn't think that much about it. And, here we are all talking about the story, from something. I think he had, 1,000 followers, 1,500 followers.
3,000 now.
Something
a
like
wildfire.
that. Yeah.
One wildfire spreads, so it's definitely spreading for sure. But man, the rabbit hole just goes deeper and deeper and deeper every day with new information. Is crazy. So
cool, man. Well, good having you here. Thanks for your input. I appreciate it. Eric, you've had your hand up forever. You don't have a profile picture, so hopefully, go ahead, man.
You got me.
Oh, Oh, you don't sound good though. You sound like you're talking to us from the end of a tunnel.
Can you hear me now?
Probably not well enough for you to talk.
Okay. Well, anyway, I appreciate what y'all are doing.
Go ahead, Eric. We can hear you. We can hear you better now. Go ahead, Eric. I don't want to.
Okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm just speaking as just a casual, Twitter user that I've been following Eliza for a while, and kind of giving her the benefit of the doubt, and kind of feel duped like a lot of people. But anyhow.
All right. It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure talking in front of this many people. I know there are some people who have requests in. I know that the person who had the voice changer has been emailing me to let them back in, but I don't see their user. So I'll
and
approve.
I sent a direct message too to let them back in, but I don't know how to get it where if they've been booted out to get them back in.
Yeah,
I'm gonna drop
you
down.
if you go ahead, we'll kick you.
I'm going to drop
Okay,
down, guys.
cool.
I appreciate you guys so much. This is a wonderful space and wonderful conversation. It's not a hateful sort of demeanor, and that's the that kind of shows where everybody's heart is. Speaking truth to power is a very difficult thing, especially on a subject like this. So just keep doing you guys, and thank you guys so much for even inviting me up. I appreciate it so much.
Thanks. We appreciate you. Thanks for
And I think
coming
from
on.
this point forward, I think probably going with everybody that didn't get a chance to speak yet.
Yeah. But we don't have any hands up right now. There are a few people requesting. I'll add them as speakers. And if you want to be brave, Nina, I saw you raise your hand. Go ahead, Nina.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one last thing. Well, maybe one last thing because I always have things to say. But I just wanted to say, with regards to the day, I think it was a Daily Caller or somebody's reached out to Eliza to do an article on her, or was it the Daily Mail? I'm not really sure. Either way, some mainstream person has reached out to her to do an article on her, and I think that my theory is that it's going to be an article about how she's getting harassed and how all of us are evil. People like Faran, God, Faran, you're so evil, and you just want to attack this woman and all of you guys. That Star Wars girl, the quartering especially. I mean, he's like some dude in his basement, right wing, whatever. I just think it's going to be a hit piece. So don't put your hopes up, guys, that this is going to be some sort of expose that they're going to come to our rescue or something like that. We're talking about the leftist media, so I think it's going to be pretty clear what it's going to be about.
Yeah, I think, the Daily Beast, I've had them write about me before, and I don't know this particular reporter, but I don't trust them. I had somebody reach out to me from there before. I didn't reply. I'm not interested in talking to them. But they are interested in some of these same topics. I've seen good articles from the Daily Beast. I've seen good articles from the New York Times. I've seen good articles from NBC. You never know.
There actually was a great article
go.
coming out of the Daily Beast where it was a woman, I believe, I can't remember her name. Christy Mayer knows her name, but she did an article about how this is actually very dangerous what Eliza's doing on Twitter, and kind of made it where it was definitely an opinion piece, but came out in the argument of censorship and how this is going to be very, very dangerous. I haven't gotten any questions from the Daily Beast on this. I have only seen where they've asked her. So it might just be specifically about the situation, what she did, since there is kind of a like a small little group of creators that kind of spearheaded it all. And then, everybody kind of jumped in, the folks that are here. I don't think that they would necessarily, the fact that maybe none of us have gotten any questions or anything, or any requests, I don't know if it would really be a hit piece on us per se, more of just the situation, but you never know with the media at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know how they'll spin it, but I don't know how they'll spin it. I mean, the one thing you have going for you is they hate Elon Musk, right? And if you hate Elon Musk, this is kind of a good story. So they might run with it based on that. I have a celebrity speaker using a voice changer that's Tony Baloney. We can't identify this person, but go ahead, Tony, if you got your equipment set up.
Oh, I hope this is all good for you guys. Does it work all right?
Yeah.
Great, great, great. I just wanted to say that I've been listening in on this space for a while now, and I honestly think you guys are really onto some things here. Okay, I don't know what he's talking about being a celebrity speaker. I'm just Tony Baloney. There's no way that I could be anybody important in any way, shape, or form. So stop saying anything like that. That's just not true. It's not true whatsoever. But I really think that it's very telling that there are still some people that haven't gotten into the story, as it were, because, like, censorship is real, and obviously people like that damn Defango keep getting suspended over just trying to share information. So I feel like most of us should just be happy that we're still able to at least talk about it. But remember, there's gonna be a lot more happening in the future. That's very true. It's very true. So I'm just Tony.
Yeah, we're inspired. You mentioned Defango. We're inspired by Defango and his martyrdom, having taken one kind of for the team. So that's why we're here. It's one of the reasons we're here right now. Now, who do you say? I hear people say this all the time because a lot of people are talking about it. So, who in particular, Tony Baloney, would you like to see talking about it? Who you think is avoiding the issue, and if you think they're avoiding the issue, what are their? Why do you speculate that they're avoiding this particular issue? And why aren't more content creators talking about Defango, by the way? I'm just curious. Is it because he's a small creator, because he's controversial, or what?
I don't know why you're asking me all these questions about this Defango character. I wouldn't know anything about that. I'm just Tony Baloney, and I'm hanging out. I mean, that guy had a nice thread or whatever, but if you look him up on the internet like I did, I typed in Defango, I went over to the Google, and I was like, hey, who's this guy right here? Who's this fool? There was some bad things about him already. They were talking about the Seth Rich files. Like, this guy's a bad guy. He was spying on people. He had a van. He was driving in the van and spying on people. That seems very, very suspect in my opinion. And I mean, what about all these puzzles this guy was getting into? What are those puzzles about? I have no idea what those puzzles were about. But overall, maybe he's a bad guy, maybe he's a good guy. I don't know. I don't think Tony Baloney's here to make decisions on whether somebody's good or bad. I'm just out here smoking my cigarettes, drinking my Miller Lights, just trying to be a good guy. I'm just trying to cover up my voice a little bit because I don't want my boss finding out that I'm out here doing this when I should be out driving and stuff. Okay,
That's right. You sound like a real patriot, and patriots these days need to be concerned about their identity, and you have a job and everything. So we totally understand. But you still haven't named the people that you feel aren't talking about this, and you haven't told us why you speculate that they're not talking about it.
Speculate that their Tim Pool needs to really speak up. He needs to stop riding the fence on this one. You know what I mean? It obviously sounds like he's going to get some kind of investigator or real journalist, so to speak. But, who's this real journalist going to be? Is it going to be Libby Emmons? What's that girl going to do? And why is she a journalist? Because she was rubbing his feet one time? This is questions that I really wonder about. I also want to hear about this Michael Malice guy. He seems to be dreadfully silent on the whole entire situation, but really, why not any mainstream media journalist trying to get into this particular situation? What's the problem there? Are they trying to think that they're not the real person anymore, or maybe they're doing some kind of big investigation and they're just kind of waiting to see what happens. And, furthermore, maybe a lot of people are just worried about getting sued, but, to be honest, I think, Tim Pool, anybody from there, maybe even Hotep Jesus coming out saying something. He obviously was one of the people that, got grifted by her. He had to send her a little of that super chat money. But what else are we gonna have to deal with right now? I just don't know. I mean, hopefully that answer is satisfactory for you, sir. But again, I'm just Tony Baloney. I'm just a regular guy. I don't know who you're talking about, but that Defango guy. I heard he's a bad dude, so maybe you shouldn't follow him. I don't.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Tony Baloney. Once again, you sound like a true patriot, and you have no problem calling out Tim Pool, Michael Malice, and others for failing to speak up. Although we heard that this Tim Pool show was going on while this space was going on, so he might have said more than we're aware of. If anybody has a report, I know that there were some people super chatting him about this.
So I just threw in the thread here. Just came out 32 minutes ago. Eliza tweeted a picture of her and Shane Cashman, who is who's a writer for Timcast, and it looks like he's out there with her right now. And then they sent the quartering, I guess, to Brittany Venti. So that's the latest update.
Interesting.
Venti, she's real pretty. I don't know about you guys. I just
wait, Faran, you said they sent.
Tate guy was sweet on it, but don't quote me on that, okay?
Hey, Tony, if you know how to contact her, tell her how to get to this Spaces. I tried to invite her. I tried to get Brittany on my show, but she ignored me. I'm not quite up to her level yet. So, but she could always come on these Spaces.
I don't think she can because she doesn't have a Twitter. Because don't you have to have an active
there
Twitter
was
account?
there was a thing. That's right. There was a thing though where at first where somebody got suspended and then they were able to still use Spaces. But you're right. My fault. Brittany Venti is not available for this live stream. She wishes she could be here. She sends her regards, etc.
Faran, just to clarify, because you said they sent the quartering to Brittany Venti.
Yeah, that's what somebody
mean?
had tweeted. So don't quote me, but that's what I saw somebody tweeting that the quartering was going to Brittany Venti's.
Oh, for a live interview, for like a live interview or something.
Brittany just posted an hour ago on her YouTube. I wanted to correct Tim Pool from Timcast.
Bro,
today
I don't know who this Tony Baloney character is, but I fucking like this Tony Baloney guy. Although he's kind of mean about this Defango fool, but Tony Baloney seems like he might be all right.
So it sounds like Tim didn't address it as well as he could have, and he wasn't totally up to speed on the whole situation.
Well, yeah, that's what you have, Cassandra, saying that, we're gonna respond to spam now. And then then her with Shane. I'm assuming he probably went out to her place in Illinois, or her parents' farm where she lives. Who knows? But that's the latest update as of 33 minutes ago.
Who is still banned and who has come back? I know the quartering has come back.
Somebody gave a list. Brittany is still suspended, although she could delete the tweet and come back, which is what I would do, but I don't have as many principles. I'm not as principled as she is. So, yeah, I mean...
Yellow Flash is still banned. Camelot's still banned.
There you go.
Anna, help me out. I don't know who else is still banned.
Yeah. So and Defango, we want to remember, because he's completely suspended, and he's
of course
super
Defango.
Small account and stuff. So.
Defango's he was really handsome too. I think it's mostly because he's so handsome that he's been blocked and just completely gotten rid of. Just justice for Defango, guys.
Justice for Defango. That's right.
I heard he was
Tony. We're talking about Defango, Tony. We don't need to hear it.
No, I totally read the message wrong. I'm sorry. I can read, I swear. It was that Shane is going to Eliza, then to the quartering, then to Brittany. So he's going to all three.
So,
hey Nathan, can I speak
say
something
that one more
about
time?
it?
Hold on one. Yeah, just give me 1 sec. We got some people with their hands up and stuff. Hold on 1 sec. Just so I'm clear on the story, because it's hard for me to keep track of everything that's going on. So the news is that the quartering, that Brittany Venti is going on some kind of podcast tour. Is that the news?
No. Shane Cashman, who is the writer for Timcast, is with Eliza Blue right now. She tweeted a picture 33 minutes ago showing her and him together.
What?
Then he is allegedly going to go interview the quartering and then go interview Brittany Venti or whichever, or Brittany first and then the quartering. I would assume the quartering first, since Texas is getting a snowstorm as we speak.
So Timcast is going. Wow. So okay. All right. So this is a major.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Obviously. Okay. So this is obviously a major development. So we can say that there has been impact made, and the impact was made by maybe, I don't know, whatever it is. They decided now this is a huge story, and they're actually going to go well beyond their normal protocols, because usually they have everybody come to the studio. So they're going to go out of the studio to go interview the quartering and Brittany Venti about this story, and they're going to have to do that quickly if they want to catch the story while it's still, fresh in the news. So that's a major development. So everybody who said Timcast wasn't doing anything, obviously they decided to do a 180. Am I reading it right, or am I saying it right?
Looks like, yeah.
Like he was wrong already. That's a huge development right there.
Well, he hasn't admitted he's wrong yet, but they decided that the censorship story is a story. They decided that it's no longer internet drama, and now it's a real news story. And they decided that it's safe to talk about, because they saw enough people talking about it that they're going to go ahead and jump on it. So that's great. I mean, really,
and I think
right?
it's important. I think it's important to note one thing here, folks, is I get that people want many of these creators to, quote, admit that they're wrong. The thing is that it's not whether what they did was right or wrong, because at the time they didn't know. What this is, though, is they do need to call into question the way that they vet their guests and the way that they research their guests, which is the job of a producer, a host, all of that. Now, mind you, when she came on the scene, I think there's an overall lesson here too, is that, up until this point, nobody thought to question a survivor's story. Nobody. Again, I always mention, the last one that kind of happened to was the lady who pretended to be a 9/11 survivor that headed up the entire Survivor network and all this stuff. And it was the New York Times and the New York Post that finally exposed her 4 years later. She's been on the scene for a good, since 2020. So going on 3 years, it's going to take some time, for people to start to see inconsistencies and whatnot. So it's not necessarily that, you have to admit that you're wrong. I think it's just that it's going to now make people think twice and do a little bit more research on who they bring on their show, who they look to as an authoritative figure, and whether or not, and being a little bit more skeptical and asking maybe a little bit more tougher questions next time, instead of letting her steamroll and say, I don't want to answer it because this is a survivor. No, you're going to have to probably answer some questions now. And that's what I think we shoot for, instead of, admit that you're wrong. I think it's not that. We got to look at things a lot more carefully now and not just take things as is.
Yeah, and I'm going to offer just a slightly different perspective, because I've had people who claimed to be survivors of, in particular, satanic ritual abuse. So I in 2017, I had a number of people on my show who talked about satanic ritual abuse. All of them were heavily questioned and doubted, and people made videos about how they're liars, and there's all kinds of, those people were called liars. They attacked me. And so it's not the first time that someone has been called out for being a liar about abuse. It might be the first time at this kind of a scale, but if I knew from my own experience that when people claim to be survivors of sexual abuse, that they're likely to be questioned. And just like Amber Heard, right? I mean, the Amber Heard story is one of the first examples of somebody really blowing up, right? I mean, this is similar. There are a lot of similarities to the Amber Heard situation because it's not, Amber Heard wasn't exactly a Streisand effect, but it's the thing she said about Johnny that ended up getting scrutiny on her. And then you found out all this shit about her. And coincidentally, Elon Musk really liked her. And coincidentally, he might have funded her trial. He also had a baby with her. And then he's into this Eliza Blue, who is similar in a lot of ways to Amber Heard, you know, a clout chaser, somebody who's very charming, very attractive, and you know, and also claims to be a survivor advocate. So it's interesting the parallels between those two cases. But I will say it's not the first time. And there are people whose entire accounts, like Gabe Hoffman of An Open Secret, I mean, his whole career is being a gatekeeper against people who say they're victims and he doesn't believe them. I mean, that's what he does. He did it to me. He's done it to other people. So there are people who are on, and people have called out like Corey Feldman, you know, in the past because he doesn't name his abusers. So there's a whole history of people questioning people who say there's the survivors of abuse. And anybody who comes forward, therefore, needs to be aware that that's what's going to happen. I mean, people just get absolutely excoriated. So she made a mistake. She made a mistake. She got into an area she didn't realize what the backlash would be, and now here we are. So let me get to a few people. We've got a few new speakers. I see the doctor. You have a white hand up. That's very white supremacist of you. But go ahead, the doctor. You want to add something?
I just clicked on the hand, and that's what popped up. I guess.
You say that now.
I guess I'm not a Simpson. I don't know. In watching the Eliza thing unfold, I mean, I teach ethics, so I'm very empathetic to people who've suffered, right? You know what I mean? And then you get somebody who, let's say you're a very wealthy person and you own a large social media company, and you stand next to the person lending credibility. I think that led to a lot of people offering more credibility right from the get-go without doing a level of diligence that might have happened under other circumstances. But then you have a situation where somebody starts questioning, well, let's say, I don't know, 2012 through 2018 of her life, saying the time period you give don't seem to match up. And then we find out she's gone by, I don't know, a handful of other names. And it looks like she's always been a clout chaser. Then all of a sudden, people start questioning more. And then she seems to go nuclear and has the ability to have videos pulled down off of YouTube, people banned from Twitter. A very basic premise is if there's not justice for all, there's not justice for one. And I would say that is part of the bigger concern. It isn't about, in my opinion, it isn't really about Eliza. I mean, not really anymore. It's like we can always put mute or block and end that from our point of view. But it's, if she has the ability to get a half dozen or a dozen people permanently suspended because she's close to the right people and she has a guardian angel named Ella, then that seems more problematic.
Yeah. Well, I think it's like you said. If people see unfairness somewhere, then that's the same as unfairness for everybody, and that's why people are speaking up about this. So I know Jay, you tried to jump in earlier, and I cut you off. Go ahead, Jay.
Hey man, what's up? So I'm an independent artist, right? I'm just a regular rapper, user, you name it, right? But when this, I started hearing about Eliza Blue, right? When I saw the videos from Michael Defangos, right? I was like going to this rabbit hole, obviously understanding what's going on because I knew her story was fishy. Because I'm from the hood, right? I'm from the valley, and I can smell fake from a mile away. I remember this episode coming on Blind Date with Elisa Blue, right? But I just heard it as Elisa. And when that video came out to me on YouTube, that refreshed a memory that was in the back of my mind as a kid. How can you tell me you've been sexually trafficked when I'm from the border? I'm seeing people real trafficking down there. So what I'm saying, but I moved to New York, right? But the fact is, her story does not add up. Now, and I've been censored, suspended twice for obviously, oh, you've been spamming people. Like, no, I'm just putting my tweets out. Like, and I've been a victim of 1.0, by the way. You know what I mean? And I told them, you're not gonna get any advertisement if you keep censoring me. They just lifted my account, just like that. So now, when Michael Defango gets suspended, how many more people are gonna suffer until we have to investigate the head of trust and safety? This is wrong. So I'm saying, so I'm personally outraged for him, if that makes sense.
Appreciate it, Jay. Yeah, we're all outraged about what happened to Defango, especially considering the impact he's had on the telling of the story from the beginning. And, regardless of whether some people dislike him, whether he's done anything in the
Bro,
past,
all he did was just put his tweets out, bro, and just
Yep.
laying out the story. And now you just violated your own contract. That's a lawsuit instantly, bro. I don't care if it's private or not. So I'm saying the fact that you offered a service and you're going backwards on that service, that's still wrong. And I'm gonna have to raise awareness because I've been a victim of these suspensions for no reason. And I'm Mexican. So I could always say you're discriminating me, bro. Easily, bro. I've done it to Facebook. I've done it to YouTube. I've done it to these major platforms, including record labels. Nobody can tell me squat, if that makes sense. So that's what I have to say.
Speaking of nobody can tell you squat, Cassandra McDonald, as I said earlier, had blocked me.
Oh
Come to
shit.
find out, she retweeted the Eliza picture of her and Shane and quote tweeted, Tim Cass will have the exclusive story. Sorry, Daily Beast and Dollar Store Nancy Grace.
Oh, give me a break. They
Oh,
have
bruh.
how are they going to say they have the exclusive story? I mean, give me a break. They're the last ones to cover it, and that's the exclusive. Okay, go ahead.
Well, not to mention,
yeah, well, that would be like interviewing Jussie Smollett to get his side of the story nowadays. I mean, that's not exactly a good exclusive.
But the Dollar Store Nancy Grace, like, okay, bitch, okay, like, all right.
Is she saying that? Is she throwing shade on you? I'm sorry, Faran.
Yes, yeah, that's what
she's
too.
She's throwing shade on you. I mean,
that's why she blocked me.
What is up with these girls, man? Like, why is she gonna be like that? I don't understand.
Well, I'm pretty sure it has a lot to do with Cassandra's old, like, remember like when Cassandra's old nudes got leaked? So maybe she's like feeling feisty about that. She's like, I remember when my titty pics got leaked, so I've got a bone to pick.
Well, and let's be real. We know that Tim Cass is going to clearly kiss Eliza's ass. Like, let's be honest. He's a habitual fence rider. And the fact that, this Cassandra is friends with Eliza, I mean, I'm sorry. Like, I would be shocked if I saw real journalism in this.
That's his bias at its finest.
I mean, it's clear. The thing is it's clear from who she chose to interview her that she wants a favorable interview. I mean, if you're going to be serious, you would go out and give an interview to one of your critics, if you're really going to be serious, right? I mean, that's what you do. You would go and you talk to somebody who's critical of you. You wouldn't go talk to somebody who's supported you in the past because nobody's going to believe it, right? I mean, like, how are people supposed to believe it? Oh, Tim Pool had her on. He won't say anything negative about her because he's worried about starting drama. She's friends with Cassandra Fairbanks, and now they're getting the exclusive. Oh, great. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We'll get the real story, I'm sure. Well,
we'll see. But
Could
I
I
think
jump
from
in really quick? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead, Lucky.
Hi, I'm friends with Faran, and I just wanted to like have your back really quick with this. I have to like run, but I've been listening for a while, and you know I think it's really shitty when people do that kind of thing, and women don't have each other's back, and they go and dig at each other like it's a high school drama thing, and that's bullshit. And I want to say, Farron, that you are absolutely brave and you're courageous in this. And you are absolutely being an authentic person. And you deserve the credit for what you're doing and what everybody is doing. But like, just to hear that, to hear them try to like, minimize what you're doing is bullshit. And I just wanted to like really jump in and tell you that.
Oh, well, thanks. And I
Yeah.
honestly, like, I've always loved Nancy Grace. I do a great impression of her, but like Dollar Store, come on, bitch. At least give me
Yeah,
Target.
Yeah,
Target
no,
Nancy
you're
Grace.
better than Target. Come on.
them trying to throw shade because they weren't the first ones on the story and because you're getting attention for it. I mean, it's just kind of below them. It's like they're at the top of the totem pole, right? They are the gatekeepers. And then for them to go and throw shade at somebody who's trying to tell a story, I mean, it's just not cool. So, but Tim Pool, go ahead, invite me on. All right, let me get a
hey, for
go
some
ahead, Zach.
reason, they never censored my posting of the video.
Right.
And it's still up to this day. So if you guys want to kind of give the finger to them, feel free to retweet it.
So what is Elon Musk? No, are you friends with Elon Musk? Do you have any special connections that we should know about? You are the Google whistleblower. Is there something different about you that you suspect is the reason you didn't get censored, or?
Oh no, I've got a good bio.
Yeah, you do. Hey, Sandra, you had your hand up for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't even know what to think anymore. One thing I was gonna say was when I don't know if opposition questioned Elon, I got some weird, I don't know, I call them time killers. It's like someone who's sucking, your time. And the one thing this particular person said is, "Oh, you're really pretty, you're really cool, you're smart, but you were taught wrong." And then they got threatening. So I wasn't thinking anything. I mean, I blocked them because it scared me at that point. But something that the gal said earlier, that Eliza had tweeted, and they remembered that particular phrase. I have no idea. I have no political ties. I don't know anything about these conspiracies. I'm very analytical by nature. I'm just wondering, like, when somebody was mentioning there's like a, with the, and I kind of suspected when Elon was saying, about the community notes and kind of gaining merit that way. I don't know if anybody knows anything that I should be worried about at this point, because all I've been is honest, and I don't know what to think. I really don't know what to think. But anyways, I didn't know. I don't know. That's all I guess I need to say.
I may or may not have some breaking news. Somebody just messaged me to tell me that Brittany Venti has been reinstated. So I was going to verify that myself before I said anything.
You really have to give it to these assholes. You really have to give it to them. Now that it's trending, now they're gonna do something. Because it's been trending for the past 3 hours.
What's been trending?
Yeah, so
Eliza Blue.
Yeah, she's been.
You know,
They are trying to squash this so quickly.
Well,
I just
Red
looked
alert,
at Brittany's
red alert.
account and she doesn't seem to be back. I texted her about the whole like interview thing. I'll see if she responds. But
Yeah.
looking at her Twitter feed, it doesn't look like she's back.
Might be fake news. Sorry if it was. I didn't verify in advance. The account is up, but she's not posting to it, so could be a false alarm. So go ahead, Blue and On.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you okay. We have another anonymous individual with a voice changer. Go ahead.
Yeah, I recognize that other individual. Tony Baloney and I go way back. We go back to the old Bronx days. But anyway, that's beside the point. The point I want to make now, and by the way, I love the fact that everyone's digging in, because those of us that have done a lot of this deep rabbit hole digging, we're going for the gophers, and you're figuring out what the hell is all of this. You know, all of that stuff's getting exposed. Her history, her blogs, you know, her repeating all of her own words today, with her own words, talking about her dreams. You know, it's pretty impressive stuff. But the next level here is she's an individual, okay? She's a serial grifter. And, you know, she's limited to how much she can grift and how much she can gain people's trust. And a lot of people are aware of that. And some people shall always be able to grift. But what I've found most recently are the people propping her up. And there's been very little chatter about these folks, and they're all on protected status at the moment. But the first one is Amanda Jane. Okay, that's Twitter account AJAMMIRADILIS. And this is someone who has submitted a lot of takedown requests, done a lot of the dirty work behind the scenes recently until this all blew up in her face. But when you start digging, hey, who is this account? Who is this person? It's clearly a saga account, and we start digging into the history, you realize some very, very interesting connections. And so I will leave it at that for now, because I'm still doing some investigative work. But what I found, even just very, very briefly, is some very interesting. I always thought this was a political op. It's very clear that it was. It's just a question of when and who. Michael Mouse is definitely involved, whether inadvertently or not remains to be seen. But he was clearly targeted by the person I just named in another account at J. Kramlich, Kramlich. Okay. So when you start investigating those accounts, looking at the history, looking at their communications, and these people are tweeting incessantly, which is another sure tell sign this is an op. When they come out of nowhere and they're making 200 tweets a day, that's not organic. Okay. And when you see what they're talking about and who they're engaging with and who's immediately liking their tweets, it's very clear kind of what's going on. The investigative work is to what the goal is and who's all involved. And so that's where we are today. But, you know, we're taking this to a whole nother level down deep in these rabbit dives. That's where we are right now. More to come.
Cool. Thanks, Blue and On. I saw you go off I saw you go off mute, Sandra. Did you have something you wanted to add? No? All right, cool. We're rotating through speakers. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I'll get a few people up. I have to take some people down, so I will choose. All right, I'm going to take a few people who've spoken and take them down. Let's see. Okay. And Tony, you had your hand up. Did you have anything else you wanted to add? Tony Baloney.
Oh, I was just gonna say thanks to Bluey and On for coming in here with the love and respect, but it definitely with Tim Pool coming in and gonna actually have his people investigating it. I think it's about to get real spicy in a couple of days. If mean, and clearly, if Shane Cashman's on it, if you remember watching back this interview over there, you will realize that he is one of the individuals really wanted to talk to this quite directly. For what reason, I'm not sure, but I think that in this particular space, we're probably going to see what kind of metal the fruit actually made out of. Hell, we might actually get.
Tony,
All
I
right.
got it. Hey, Tony, your voice changer screwed up, so I had to mute you. Thanks, man. Thanks. I couldn't understand exactly what you were saying. It's something about this person. So who is this person who works at Timcast? I don't know anything about it. Does anybody have anything to say about this person who's going to be doing the interview? So she was photographed with, so there's a photograph out right now of Eliza with somebody from Timcast. Is that
About
what I'm
I noticed it. It's probably been about an hour ago. She was standing next to, I believe it was a gentleman, and it just said hi. And I thought, good Lord, what? I thought, oh my gosh, it was just, I don't know why I'm echoing, but it was synonymous with what we were kind of talking about. And all of a sudden it's hi. I don't know. I noticed it too.
I wonder what direction they're going to go with the whole thing. But so they're going to interview Eliza. Is that going to be the first interview? Is it's going to be Eliza, and they're what, pre-recording it right now, or what? What are we speculating about that?
I think
That's my
we're
guess.
speculating. Yeah, we're speculating that first they're going to Eliza, then they're going to the quartering, and then they're going to Brittany. But it hasn't been confirmed or anything, especially with regards to Brittany anyway. I think that it might even be like a written article because I keep seeing like Cassandra is responding to me actually on the thread. We're kind of having a back and forth about the the Nancy Grace comment that she made. But like she's saying that it's going to be written or something like that. She alluded to it because she's like, I can't wait to read what he has to say because his articles are usually really great. And I was like, I didn't know Timcast did written stuff, but I'm not really sure what she meant.
Yeah, she does the written part of his news website, right? So he does have a news website, and I think she publishes articles, I believe.
Oh, okay, so that would
Wait,
make sense then.
Can I add what a bitch move that is? Go on camera. Go on camera
Yeah, I
and
mean,
talk about it.
for real. Well, because in print, you have no idea what the edits were.
Yeah,
You
so
have
she
no
can
idea
literally
what
give
tone of
some
voice it
sob
was.
story and say whatever the hell she wants. Go on camera if you're so brave, and if you're an advocate, you should want to be on camera.
Well, and when has she ever not wanted to be on camera before? I mean,
yeah,
that's what she's all about, is looking good and showing off and stuff. So it definitely says something. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, Timcast does like asks the really hard questions that all of us would ask if we had a chance to talk to Eliza Blue, and Eliza Blue could just join this space right now and say something, and so could anybody, Cassandra or anybody else. I mean, it's Twitter, we're all here, we're all talking about it, and they could clear up some things right now if they wanted to. So
Cassandra claims that she has a life and that she can't hang out with us on streams because she has a job and a life. Just letting you guys know.
Right, she says she
has
a
I
job.
can already read the story now. Like, when you get to the first part of that upcoming Timcast article, it's going to be something to the effect of Eliza saying she was going out at about 2 a.m. to get some Subway sandwiches when a couple of guys in MAGA hats.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see what she says. I mean, what can she? I don't know what she can possibly say I mean, if we had a chance to question her, we would say, what was not consensual about that video? Why were you bragging about doing the video if it was not consensual? Who are the people that you're saying trafficked you during this time period? And or just leave it at the censorship. Even if you just deal with the censorship issue, that still deals with the trafficking issue, because she's claiming something, right? To have this video taken down, to have the tweets taken down. She's claiming, I haven't seen her explicitly say she was trafficked in that video. I haven't seen her tweet that, but that must be what, I mean, that seems to be what's implied by the removal of everything. So yeah, we'll see. I'm not holding my breath though. We'll get the questions answered though. Hey Jesse,
Can
I
you
see
hear?
you coming off mic. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, I just want to make sure my audio comes in because I've
Yep,
got a
sounds
headset
good.
on. Awesome.
Sounds good.
I guess I can speak to a little bit of what you guys are talking about right now. Most people aren't going to know who I am. I've mostly just been just giving support kind of behind the scenes to Defango. I know you had that the celebrity on earlier who spoke really highly of Defango. I just want to support Defango too. Today, like, we know what happened today. It was, he basically represents the credibility that is casting doubt on Eliza. So therefore, he had to be taken down because of that thread. Likewise, when Tim Pool addresses this, he can easily just cast doubt onto Brittany Venti. He can cast doubt onto Jeremy. And I would advise against that because it'd be the dumbest move ever. This is not really about Brittany and the quartering. Those are just the people who stepped forward and took the shot. And in Brittany's case, it was extremely brave. It was courageous of her to do it because of all the toes that she would have to step on. Quartering, mostly because of the size of his platform, right? Like, the fact somebody that big would take the shot is huge. So I think Tim Pool should really be careful about how he addresses this. He's going to have everybody watching him as he, tiptoes around this, mostly downplays, minimizes. Like, I think the most he could really do is kind of hide behind the softball interview that he and Luke Radowski did, which, you could say they helped to expose Eliza because they asked her some nebulous question about, but that's really the most they can do is kind of hide behind that softball interview, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, it's all softball interviews except when it comes to Kanye West, and then you have to put the screws down. So, which probably was the right thing to do. So, yeah, we'll see what happens, And as a matter of fact, I don't want to talk shit about. I didn't want to talk about this story in the first place because I don't want to just be talking shit about people. So I don't want to just talk shit about Tim Pool. He works hard, obviously, and he's done a lot of good work. So I don't want to say that he's going to totally fuck this
I'm not
up.
sure if Zach is still in the space, but if Zach is still here, that we're kind of still in the conspiracy circle. Because I'm controversial because I dip into all the conspiracies. You and I go way back. Defango, you and I go back to Isaac Cappy and some darker, rabbit holes and so forth. Mm-hmm. But on the topic of conspiracies, with what Zach was talking about, there being an agenda, like a deep state thing, just the other talking point that I've had in my back pocket probably since, I don't know, October. I can't remember. I'll have to look when I got blocked by Eliza. There are multiple articles, I don't want to say more than 2, and a soundbite from when Eliza appeared with Dr. Drew. And this was really what got on my radar, is that Eliza, when asked
motherfucking Jesse Spots,
how we can contribute
Jesse Spots,
to
motherfuckers.
solving this problem, child trafficking in particular, the most pointed thing that she had was artificial intelligence is so helpful, and I don't see why the child trafficking software can't be improved by adding more facial recognition software. So as far as like them tracking us online, or Elon, there being doubts about Elon and artificial intelligence, Eliza really does feed into that, in the fact that she's promoted artificial intelligence, in particular the sort of Chinese social credit system facial recognition stuff, which to me has just always been batshit crazy. Paired with the fact that she's just a superficial, gossipy blonde that nobody had ever heard of. So thank you guys for listening, hearing me out, and I'll go back under the radar now for a while.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, we can't have, I've been told we don't want to have too many conspiracy theories because serious people are here and stuff. So we have to keep it civil, but I like conspiracy theories. So we're going to hear some of them sometimes. So, all right, let's see. Well, we've had a pretty successful spaces so far. I'm trying to think if I have anything more to add to it. I will say this. Like I said, normally I do a YouTube show. I promote. I have Buy Me a Coffee. If you want to support me, you can do that. Go to buymeacoffee.com/lifttheveil. And you can just drop a tip or become a member. And I also sell t-shirts at truthclothing.io if you want to check them out. Does anybody else, do you guys want to promote anything? Faran, Greg, you guys have payment platforms or anything like that?
No, you can just follow me at faranbalance.locals.com. I'm thinking of actually buying dollarstorenancygrace.com just to, be a bitch. But no, and actually, yeah, here's the thing that's crazy, folks, is like right now, like Cassandra's doing a space, and the title is, talking about everything but what that space is talking about. We're gonna get a lot of pushback. It's gonna happen. A lot of times, when I've done investigations before and I start getting a lot of pushback, that means that I'm hitting some of the right buttons here. And we're hitting a button. There's a reason that they have to run and go get the exclusive. Well, guess what? You might have the exclusive, but at the same time, the people that know. And people are going to troll. People are going to be jerks. And at the end of the day, you just got to know that we were there first. And we weren't trying to take somebody down. We were angry that somebody abused their power and used it to censor people. And yeah, I guess just stay strong, hold the line, and let's do this.
Yeah, fair enough. 100%. I didn't care about this at all. I didn't know who Eliza Blue was. I didn't care about any of this stuff until she started censoring people. And she was actually friends with a lot of people I knew. So I actually was very shocked about how she decided to go about what she did. So, yeah, keep speaking truth to power. Keep talking about this, guys. Let's keep it trending. Hashtag free Brittany Venti. Hashtag free Yellow Flash. Hashtag Camelot. Everybody, just keep the hashtags going and keep talking about it. Don't let your foot off the gas. And you can find me on my YouTube channel, Nina Infinity. Thanks for letting me talk, you guys.
Yeah,
thanks,
no. As for myself, like I don't ask for handouts or anything like that in terms of money. I've got money coming in directions from my employer and all that good stuff. So no, I don't have a Patreon or buy me a coffee or anything like that. But if you guys want to check out my show on Red Voice Media, it's The Breakdown with Greg Hoyt. I have a link for that show on my pinned tweet, which is available on Red Voice Media's website, as well as Rumble and all that good stuff.
Okay, cool. And Red Voice Media is different from Red State Media, which is what took down the article today, right?
Yeah, Red State, completely different from Red Voice Media. Don't get me wrong, cool people there. I'm pals and buddies with some of the folks over at Red State. I got in cahoots with them over when I was over at Turning Point last month. But yeah, totally different thing. Red Voice Media, which on Twitter the @handle is @RedVoiceNews, which my coworker Alicia is in the Alicia Powell. She's in the space. She's been listening. She's been ear hustling. But she didn't want to chime in. So, but whatever's clever.
Yeah, and Chrissy Mayr's been here all night, and she's been here hustling too. I see some people requesting. I see Grifty trying to come back up again. I see another request. I'll add them. I'll keep streaming. I don't mind. So it's a good conversation. It's good to go up against the other guys. Although I am interested to know what they're talking about. So when this is all over, I'm sure I'll turn into. So Cassandra is both too busy because she has a life, but also hosting a space, right?
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Makes sense. Go ahead, Devovnik. You came off mute for a second. Were you trying to say something?
Well, yes. Well, I'm just a really casual listener. I'm actually far away from where you guys are, and I think some of you are my. One of you is my compatriot. I'm from Mexico. I've lived here all my life, so part of my pronunciation or whatever, if something's a bit weird, sounds weird. Um, the things that I don't know. This story struck me a little bit, being a casual listener, because I'm kind of a I don't know how to put it, like a secondhand tra trafficking victim. My ex-girlfriend actually experienced that herself, and it was pretty traumatic event. And I don't know, it just it just seems like the whole thing is quite sad because there's I don't know, just like everybody else, we started seeing all of this thing unfold and all the news that came out, and it's it struck me how this is a serious thing. This is like a quite a serious thing. In here, Mexico is every day. It's a very common situation, which even in here don't we avoid paying attention to it because of the hardship it entails and being struck with that situation so close to me without even realizing for several reasons. No? It really it degrades if it degrades the reality of the situation, and it's something that really it's bad for society. It's bad because it's just grifting, as you mentioned, no, and that really that really I don't know. You can see, guys, that I'm like I'm a teacher. I should be used to speaking in public, but like this is a very personal situation. So uh, it really in if this in the I I have trouble like pointing out, like saying, okay, you did this wrong, or the other person did wrong. Like everybody, like from team to all the big guys who are just listening, standing by, watching carefully, to Eliza, to everybody, they should really think about all the people who really have experienced it. In case she has, in case she has, she should be really, if she has already come forward, she should be authentic about it because it it degrades the work she says she has done. Nothing right now is like real. Everything is just like a big what if, a big question mark, because there are no real facts. Everything's like very drops of things, no? So of information. So for the people who are involved, I would really encourage you guys to push through in a very cordial manner. People who have experienced real trafficking can lash out in different ways, but there are other things, other aspects that rub me the wrong way regarding this situation. So I cannot really say one or the other because of that bias that I have. Like, but there are things like when you already have experienced this, or when you already have seen it firsthand, uh, you really want to say it out loud. You really want to get it all out because it's hard, and you think that it's something really relevant that people should know about. So, but obviously, not everybody has that courage. But if you're already there, you should be able to. You already have that power. And I think Eliza, the position she's in, she has that power. She absolutely does. And that's why it rubs the wrong way for me. That's my personal opinion, okay? I'm saying it's not totally my personal opinion. And that's why, I don't know, I just think that people should should tone down, should slow down and really process through what the hell they're doing, because not everything is just it's just a game. This thing is quite serious and quite devastating for lots of people. So well, I think that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks for your input on it. We appreciate it, especially, yeah, I mean, we keep hearing from more people who have adjacent experience of abuse or have experienced abuse themselves. And for those people, obviously, something like this is a lot more personal than for others, who haven't experienced that personally, or, so it's good to be able to hear. That's why it's a good format, is we're able to hear from people, who are personally affected, genuinely personally affected by somebody taking advantage of people's goodwill, people's best intentions, and then abusing the system in a way to censor people who have less power than them. So, hey, Daniel, I brought you up. You have your hand up. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, thanks. Look, I don't know how long I'll be here. I'm actually quite nervous to speak in this room today, which is it's unusual for me. I'm quite a good talker usually. It's just I've had a really kind of a uniquely personal pull in multiple directions over this whole scenario. I considered Eliza to be a really good friend of mine. I've been a really vocal supporter of hers for a long time, and I know I've hashed a lot of this out in my own little videos that I put out. I put them under a tag. It's a little bit corny, but it's not malicious. Nothing in this malicious. It's not an expose. It's not there to hurt anyone. It's a direct appeal to the human side of things here, because excuse me, I look, I'm someone who's experienced abuse in my past. I confided in this person, and they've caused a lot of damage, and there are a lot of people that don't understand this yet, and I understand and have a lot of patience for that. And there's some angry people because we're daring to ask these really inconvenient questions, and they are inconvenient questions, but we've come to a point now where a lot of us have seen just so much that we can't unsee it anymore. Like you just can't look away at a certain point. And now, I mean, I was talking with my friend who's, I think he's still here in this space. I have a friend he's been trying to collect all of the names of the people who are being suspended in this latest round of censorship, and like half of the list are my friends. And that's another pull that I've got. So for a good long time, my friends are saying, I don't agree with this and I don't agree with that. I'm standing up for her, and then it turns out to be all egg on my face, and I'm having to put out videos as a person without any public profile, and it's embarrassing for me, and it's hurtful because there's no trust. There's no trust left. Like I had to raise the microphone 4 times to get the courage to speak in this room, and that's not usual for me. Like, I don't feel safe on Twitter anymore. Like, I feel obviously physically safe, but I don't feel like my words are protected anymore. I don't feel like I can. I feel like my days here are numbered. In fact, I sent my message to Eliza. She acknowledged it. I haven't been blocked, but other people have been blocked for doing a whole lot less than I've done. They've just put a link with a name in it and stuff. And look, I don't want to get too into it. You can see I'm a little bit upset about this today. I've lost a lot of sleep over this. So I just wanted I hear you when it say like let's not give her the fuel. Let's not give people that are greedy for attention extra trending in the panels. But the thing is, this is such a big widespread problem. This has exited Twitter. Goes back into the real world now, because there are so. I mean, the next person, if there ever will be such a thing, to stand up and try and advocate for someone who's been horrifically abused. How easy is it going to be for them now? I'm not going to be jumping on their side. I mean, I just realized that I've been supporting Eliza Blue for the entire existence of Eliza Blue. She didn't even exist before that. And I mean, that's a major blind spot. And I just feel really, I don't feel like people are taking this as serious as they should, because this can actually cost lives. And I know that not every, and I don't have any ill will towards people who have platformed her. I mean, she can be charming, she can be fun. I don't think she's a terrible person completely all the way through. I think she's done bad things, and I think bad things have happened to her. But I this can't drag out forever. You can't just ban every last person. There'd just be a chat between Eliza and Ella. That would be it. I mean, what do we have left here? I feel like I'm a bit too enraged for the cadence of this space. I'm sorry. I'm a bit, but look, I've just been going backwards and forwards of like, do I believe it? Do I not? Do I believe it? Do I not? And then I see more, and I see more, and it turns from evidence into proof, and it's just I don't feel like I can say anything on this platform anymore.
I would
And
like
I
to
feel
point
like
out,
the
Danny.
people who do know, the people that do know and are willingly allowing this to be covered up and protected, they are, in my opinion, complicit in potential real world physical harm. That's my opinion. That might be controversial to say, but that's how I feel. I don't know if I'll add too much more, because I think you can see I'm a bit animated, but
Hey, Daniel, just wanted to say, you said you're not the right speed for this space, but it's exactly the right speed for me, and we really appreciate your input, especially with the unique insight you have. So we really appreciate you coming up and speaking. I know can make you nervous being in front of all these people and stuff. So I was just moved by what you said. What would you for somebody like you, what would you like us to do? People who have more influence than you have and don't have this, what would you like us to do to push the ball forward?
Yeah, if you, I don't know. I don't know if I want to give a shameless plug to my Twitter profile here, but at the top of my page, I do have 2 videos that I've tried to articulate this in a better way. Really, there is only kind of 1 or 2 people, mainly one person, that can actually make a whole lot of this right. But from what I understand, that person isn't interested in doing that. So the next best thing is that we need to reassess who is in charge with trust and safety at Twitter, because I think there are serious questions and a serious lack of answers around. We've had all these Twitter file dumps, but I didn't actually see any proof about the CP stuff and all of that. I heard about it. I heard about great reporting and stuff, but that relied me to trust on people that I've never met, that don't barely speak English, and they were being fed select amounts of documents from lawyers. It always doesn't seem like it's being very honest to me. Do I sound crazy? Or am I,
you don't sound crazy.
It sounds like this is no longer a safe place when you're having these sort of feelings and you're trusting people that are in charge of trust and safety.
Well, that's right. And look, I've never felt like that I've been in personal danger because of the platform Twitter, but I do believe that other people have been. I'm certain that nefarious actions happen on this platform, and I'm 100% convinced that someone of Ella's position does belong. But it seems that I don't have confidence in her as a customer who pays 20 Australian dollars a month to use this service to ban all my friends, and have the insiders cover for. Look, I don't want to elaborate into too much stuff. I'll get into libelous stuff and all sorts of things. I'm really upset because I've seen stuff that I can't unsee, and I'm someone who went into the trenches for that person and confided in that person, and I'll think very, very hard about confiding in anyone again. Like it took 4 goes for me to pick up this mic, and look. Big, huge love to Faran Balance and Chrissy Meyer, my friend Howard. He's been keeping track of the list. You know, there are a lot of great people. I can see so many. That Star Wars girl. There's whole heaps of great people in this space. It's not like I'm inherently distrusting of everyone that I can see before me. It's just, I just don't know what's allowed to be said anymore. How long is it going to be before they shut these things down because we're talking about stuff they don't like? We just can't have spaces anymore unless they're specially hosted or some shit like that. You know what I mean? They'll always make it less fun and less free, and it just gets wrecked. And I think Twitter, free speech, and trust in the most vulnerable people in society have been profoundly injured in one fell swoop. It's all just come crumbling down in a single week, and I'm emotionally invested on every dimension of that, on every single dimension of that, and that's so conflicting. There's not a single negative comment under any of my posts. Everyone has shown me so much love. There are so many people out there that are like this, in this position. We don't know how to feel. We don't know where to stand. We don't know who to stick up for. We can't even. It's just. I can't believe it. A social network has brought me to tears in front of all these people. But like there's so many out there like me. I'm vocal about it. I'm just the one who's saying it now. But do you know how many people have been saying it that's why I can't sleep. I've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people messaging me saying I feel exactly the same.
Oh,
It's
I mean, I'm usually in bed by 8, and this has kept me up and going in my mind. It's just I know exactly what you mean. It's like this fire in me that won't go out, and I want it to go out so bad.
Yo, if I could say a couple things. Basically, if you guys ever seen that movie about the lady who faked being on 9/11, a lot of that movie was people just completely broken, and they were asking themselves, why is this lady not broken like the rest of us? Which is basically what Eliza, what it seems like, how she's always laughing during the interviews. I mean, I know people who have been trafficked and they're broken, man. They become alcoholics, they become like drug addicts or drug abusers. But she seems to just be thriving under this attention. And I mean, it's narcissistic, sociopathic. And I was just wondering if there's a compilation out there of all the times that she has been asked to go into specifics of her trafficking story. I was wondering if somebody actually put all those times together to see how she just.
Is what is exactly happening. And I 100% agree with everything you just said. And I just really quickly want to say to Daniel and Davu, Davanik, because I'm also in Mexico, and I'm very close to a lot of Mexican people. I have a lot of Mexican friends. I've been living here for over 6 years, and I know that the human trafficking situation here is serious. It's incredibly serious. And Daniel, I know how you feel. Betrayal from a friend is something that no one should ever have to go through, just like human trafficking. And it's something that is incredibly emotional. And thank you for voicing what you're saying here. I just wanted,
I'm sorry.
Go
I just
ahead.
wanted to put one more thing out there because, like, look at Eliza. If you're hearing this, I don't hate you. I don't hate you, and I've got room in me to forgive you. And I think I'd like to propose that everyone has we come up with some idea where we can allow her the graceful exit as the most graceful exit as possible without causing the minimum amount of damage on all parties. Like at the end of the day, like when all this crumbles on her, because it's not gonna end well. And I still knew this person and had care for this person for like over 2 years. I actually still worry about how she's going to feel when this all blows up on her, and she's going to be kicked out and ostracized and all of that. And yeah, she'll deserve it because of the actions, but she's still a human being. So I'd like to suggest that, like, can we, if we're doing stuff and we're protesting this, like, I've tried to be like sort of artistic with it. I said 5 shades of blue, trying to be a little bit cheeky, but I'm not saying, like, fuck this and fuck that. I'm not trying to show all of these pictures, which is obviously making the situation worse. The real message should be the victims at stake here is truth, trust, and freedom.
Right on, man.
And have I missed anything there?
I just wanted to say one more thing and then I'll be out. So she keeps mentioning that she was trafficked by a high-profile athlete. Who was that athlete? What is she talking about, man? Was it Brian Urlacher, Michael Jordan? I mean, she says she's from Chicago. She's 3 hours away from Chicago. And there's something else that I wanted to say, but I forgot.
Look, sorry to interrupt. Look, that's a good point that you got there, because I'm looking at it from my perspective. We in here we were like nobody. We still, oh, I'm still there, but my girlfriend, she ex-girlfriend, she came from a life of hardship from the get-go, and that's like a total different background from what we're looking at now. Wouldn't it be like quite, look, I'm trying to put myself in that position. If I had a friend powerful enough to back me up, wouldn't I be able to just go at it? And my answer is I totally would. If I had that kind of power, I totally would, without this any, nobody would be stopping me, or in this case, my girlfriend as well.
Yo,
We
if you
didn't.
guys think that Tim
We
Pool
didn't.
is gonna do some sort of real investigating, he's a grifter, man. He's gonna do a fluff piece. He's doing it just because he's it's all blowing up now. It's all popular, and man, whatever. That dude's still waiting for the Civil War.
Well, we don't want to talk too much shit about Tim Pool. You never know. He might want to ask one of us to be on his show. You never know. So, but yeah, we'll see how things end up with that whole interview, and if it's just a written interview and not a video interview. And I'd love to be listening to their space while doing this space, so I know what they're talking about. But
so allegedly, no, it's just another space. They had it named like, talking about everything but what that space is talking about, and then they changed the name. They actually invited me to it, but I was like, I am fading after this, so I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
But no, I think one of the things that's really, interesting to see is that, notice how it wasn't until this whole story got trending, and I think a lot of it happened when it was like 4 or 5 hours ago when Sebastian Gorka retweeted it, and then, you know, a number of other places retweeted it, and I think the movement just kind of built. I mean, right now it's trending at 14K, which, I mean, we haven't seen. I mean, normally the last week and a half when we saw Eliza Blue trending, it would immediately get taken down. It's still up on the scoreboard, and I think that you know, it just kind of goes to show that, yeah, we were the first ones to kind of start looking into it. This is the kind of thing, and Greg, Nathan, any other journalists out there, this happens a lot. You know, people swoop in and they try to get the story first. But one of the things that I've always lived by is I don't want to be first. I want to be accurate. And I don't think we're going to see a lot of that coming up in this, you know, I mean, maybe we will, but to me, I'm not banking on it. You know, if this was Vegas, I would bet no.
Also, this is a question of Twitter and their censorship. I mean, I think for me personally, I think this is more about Twitter censorship than it is about Eliza Blue, because they gave her
100%.
access, YouTube gave her access, and, you know, I thought that this was supposed to be like a fair platform, and it's like, you know, we're choosing to spend our time here, and our enthusiasm is spent here as currency, and I want to know whether we're going to have like a platform where we can all share the truth. And if it turns out that someone's got some sort of special access, I mean, why does she have so much access? Like, it's just really, really weird. And I want to like get to the bottom of this and have some like disclosure, like mea culpa. I mean, I don't know. Like, is it too rude to ask if Elon's like fucking her and that's the reason why like all this stuff is going down the way that it is? And so it's like, you know, we need to have like fairness in our social spaces so we can like share the truth like we are like right now, kind of like a digital campfire.
Yeah, I mean, the promise of Twitter to me and the promise of like Twitter spaces, and I'm glad, you know, this is a popular topic. So, of course, it's working out that people are interested. But the promise of Twitter over YouTube, especially for someone like me who was, you know, had my channel deleted by YouTube for talking about the vaccine, now I can say whatever I want on this platform. That's the ideal, is that we can do these Twitter spaces and we don't have to deal with censorship. But even in setting up the space, I had to worry about using Eliza Blue's name. You know, I know Defango got his Twitter deleted, and I don't want to get my Twitter deleted. You know, I wasn't one of the ones who got my Twitter deleted, you know, when everybody got theirs done, because I avoided, you know, I had thoughts, but I didn't say them on Twitter because I knew what the rules were. But now the promise of this new Twitter is that we can talk and we should be able to talk about everything. And this topic is not one that people feel safe talking about. And I'm glad, I know this has been a long space and stuff, but I'm glad we stayed on that long to hear from somebody like Daniel, because I think that's the reason we're pursuing the issue, why I'm hosting this space, why we're here, is for people like Daniel and other people who are emotionally affected by this and want to see some kind of justice, whatever that is. And also, you know, it sucks. I hate to hear someone say they're afraid to post, you know, and I don't want to be, you know, I don't want to be in that situation. And, you know, where I'm coming from is a free, you know, I love free speech. I want to speak freely. I have super controversial thoughts, and I hate not being able to express them. So, you know, if Twitter could live up to that, which in a lot of ways they have, you know, they got rid of the medical misinformation policies so people can speak freely about what they think about the vaccines. And there are people from both sides, you know, and I might host a debate about that, you know, people who say that it's killing people, people that say it's not killing people. I mean, that's what it should be about. That's what it should have always been about. Now there are accounts that are debunking accounts, and they're popular because they debunk people. That's free speech. That's what we always wanted. We wanted to just be able to say what we thought, and if you disagree with us, then you tell us you disagree with us. If you get more likes on your tweet than we get on our tweet, then you win, right? You win the Twitter war. So I think that's, I think that's what we'd like from this platform. So let me see. I see Tony Baloney. I just brought you up as speaker. Did you have something you wanted to say? No, don't tell me. Tell me it's working better than that. Okay. Well, that's all right. We try.
I should be. Hello. Sorry, you caught me in a. Hey. You caught old Tony Baloney in a weird place. I just wanted to say to everybody that came together today, thank you so much for joining in on the festivities to celebrate the censorship that we all see happening here. And honestly, this has affected a lot of people in a lot of different ways. So each and every single one of you should be making sure that you share this room so that more people can become aware of what's actually happening, because obviously these spaces are the pulse, and if you want to be part of the pulse, well, you got to be here, but you also got to do your part. And that's really all I wanted to say.
That's right. I was getting messages. I'm supposed to tell people every 15 minutes. I'm not I'm not the best self-promoter. So, I just hope people show up and they think it's cool. But and I've been blessed that people have joined that are cool, and people have tuned in for it. But yeah, if you share it, that helps. So, and I fucked up the space at the beginning, and I ended the space that I'd set up all day and had to start a new one. So anyway, it's cool that everybody was able to show up. Hey, Grifty, what's up?
Hey, first thing real quick, I wanted to just say something to Daniel real quick. Look, you were betrayed by Eliza, and that sucks, but you're the real victim of this whole thing that everybody needs to remember. Half the people are talking about censorship, half the people want revenge on Eliza, but you're the perfect example of where it really is both. You can't have one without the other. It's not necessarily vengeance, but it's truth, like you said. And we have to be able to get the truth out there, which is where the censorship comes in. So I just want to let you know, you may have been betrayed by a friend, but you got hundreds of people in this room right now that support you and that are here for you. I want to thank you for the follow. I just saw it and I followed you back, buddy. The reason I asked to come back up here real quick, though, I do want to play devil's advocate just a little bit with the Shane Cashman thing. If there is anybody at Timcast that has a chance of writing a decent story, it's going to be Shane. Shane is like a method journalist. He submerses himself in his work. A lot of you guys up here are big content creators. You got your own things going on. I'm just a guy, and I watch Timcast every day. And when Shane comes on, he's pretty adversarial with Tim a lot. And he actually went after the whole Kanye blow up. He actually went and spent, I think, almost a week with Kanye and Nick Fuentes and Milo, and wrote an article where he was basically supporting Kanye, saying he was taken out of context. Everybody had him wrong. So if there's anyone out there that's gonna write a good story from Timcast, it's gonna be Shane. And then just one more thing I do want to add. Cassandra hopped into my comments. I made a comment about her calling us all trolls last week, but now they're getting the quote unquote exclusive. And her reasoning was Shane couldn't go last week. They wanted to send him, and they don't make a habit of announcing things before they're completed. So, take that as you may. I definitely had some issues with Cassandra last week. I think she kind of freaked out and went on a little Jordan Peterson anonymous troll demon rampage. But like I said, Shane, obviously I'm not holding my breath, but if there's anyone there that's gonna do good work, it would be Shane.
Okay, well, that's good perspective. Yeah, I don't know Shane actually, so I know that show and I know Cassandra and I know a little bit about her history, and she was involved in Pizzagate way back when, and then developed into becoming a journalist, and now she writes for Timcast and I guess books his guests. And Shane, yeah, I'm not familiar with, so but that's cool. Yeah, you never know. We don't know what's going to happen. You know, they
Yeah,
might do the.
she's his editor-in-chief of the written side, just to be clear.
Mm-hmm. Right, right. That's what I thought. And she loves monkeys. All right, I'll get through some speakers, and then we've done a long spaces, so eventually this thing is going to wrap up. It's going to be close to 11 o'clock Pacific time. So we'll get through some of the people who've asked to come up, and eventually we'll get out of here. So anyway, ALP, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, Nathan, Greg, and Faran? Caught you earlier, Nathan, when you were doing the show with Defango on YouTube. So it was a great show, man. Appreciate it. Before I get to my point, I do want to bring something to your guys' attention with Zach Voorhees that's up here for those of you that don't know him as a Google whistleblower. But blast.video, you guys want a place where you can go and get content that Google and all these other places always suppress us, then go there. Zach, if he wants, or in another space, can explain how it works to get all of our videos in there so people can see it. I did law enforcement for about a decade and a half. My focus was gangs and undercover work. But during the early years, I did work with a lot of victim crimes, some of human trafficking and sexual assaults and that sort. And your guys' work has been absolutely phenomenal, especially with me. I'm such a skeptic when things come out. Unfortunately for me, my bias immediately is always, okay, are people just trying to take down someone for some nefarious reason? So I really got to see receipts and facts, especially on something of this magnitude. And the collaboration of all of you guys together has really answered that, to make the point. So, kudos to you guys on that work, and can't wait to see the other future people that are exposed. But given this particular situation, I think it was Daniel that was kind of covering his friendship with her and where he stands. My question to you guys, how do you continue to do this or do the next one or move forward, but at the same time of accomplish the mission of exposing and getting truth out there without creating a fear vacuum of people who really are victims and have this desire to come forward, but are worried that, the way they may be received or the parts of their life that may be uncovered that they don't want to? Have you guys kind of taken into consideration where you can accomplish this, but not create a hurdle here? And if so, like, what are some of your guys' ideas with that? Because we want you guys to keep exposing people, but at the same time, we don't want to create the worry of others afraid to come forward, if that makes any sense.
Is that like on the topic of like resilience? Like, how do you keep bringing yourself back to it, or how you inspire others?
No. As far as the work, I mean, you guys are doing great work. What I'm saying is, like, you expose Eliza Blue, that's great. People see it. But at the same token, you have people that are saying, there's two things. You have the people that are victims that look for people like her to be like, I want to go there. I want to share my story. I want to be a part of this. But now they're like, well, man, we can't trust these people. They're just going to grift off this, or they're just going to use this for our stories.
Yeah.
And then you have the other people who, they don't want to be the ones that are sharing the stories, but they want to be like, how do you accomplish the goal of bringing truth forward, but without damaging the others that want to come forward to share their story or help?
It's difficult because I would just, while having hosted people before who claim to be survivors of different things, I am familiar with the kind of scrutiny that people get when they say they're victims of abuse. And it's the same scrutiny that Amber Heard ended up getting, And it's the same scrutiny now that finally Eliza Blue is getting. So it's difficult as someone who is like super sympathetic, wants to talk about controversial things, is willing to host people and believe people who come forward with stories of abuse. You have to warn people what it's going to be like. I mean, you have to tell people, look, I mean, this is what's going to happen. Or this is what could happen. But you're also going to get support, and it's just a question of, people. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. They say believe all women, all this stuff, but as a matter of fact, people get questioned, and you can ask the Epstein victims who were all scrutinized by Epstein's own private investigators. It's very, very difficult to come forward with the story of abuse. So it's which makes it so much worse that Eliza Blue did it apparently so kind of flippantly or flagrantly, that she just thought she could come out and say, without giving any details, that she was a survivor, she was going to help other people out, when it's so difficult for someone to decide that they want to talk to somebody, and it's so difficult knowing who to trust. I mean, how do you decide you're going to trust somebody to tell them your personal story?
Well, I think that's where you guys, Nathan, can actually be a huge tool. One of the shows that I help with and host, we cover a lot of veteran stuff, and everybody knows of suicide and PTSD with veterans. So we have organizations that we've personally vetted and trust. So at the end of these shows, we'll show the numbers and the information for those places. So if you guys have people that are in the human trafficking industry that are vetted and trusted, and you attach those to your guys' report, hey, if you are a victim of this or you do want to talk about this, these are people we lean on and trust. I mean, it could help. I don't know.
Yeah, it's I'll just tell you this: it's very difficult to know who to trust. There was a whole commission on child sexual abuse that ran in the UK, and it was headed up by Robert David Steele, of all people, and it was the strangest thing. And they said they were trying to expose child abuse, and who knows if they really were, or if it was some kind of so it's exceedingly difficult. I think people who are survivors of abuse have like this. They'll talk about it. They say they have an instinct, that they can tell if they can trust somebody or if they can't. They can tell if somebody's a creep. Sometimes just by looking at them. And then they hope that they can tell who they can trust too. But it's difficult. This is why this situation is so difficult. Is people trusted Eliza, and then you get stories like Daniel, and it just breaks your heart. It's just like, why just because somebody wanted to be popular or famous and stuff, they have to do something that breaks people's trust. I'm sure she didn't think that far ahead. She doesn't realize it. She's not thinking about it. But that's the reality of the situation for a lot of people. So,
well, I appreciate the time. God bless you guys for your work. Everybody that's in here, you guys, these are the spaces that need 10K audiences. Make sure you retweet that. Make sure you support these people. Don't just go by the names that have notoriety and money behind them. Go beyond the space that are actually putting the work. Zach, keep it up, and God bless you guys. I'll go down to listener. There's a guy in the audience, P-Dog. I don't know if he wants a mic, but if he does, he's good people. If you guys want to hear from him.
Yeah, we talked to P-Dog on the last spaces, and he is good people. So, but he hasn't asked to come up. Some people have just been listening. Chrissy Mayer's been here all night, hasn't had anything to say, so that's cool. We appreciate the ear surfing. So I'll go to the Gothic Knight. You haven't had a chance to talk yet. Go ahead, man.
Thank you. I was just watching some videos. I think it was like last night or the night before. And Miss Blue, she seems to be proud that she was a prostitute.
Okay, so tell me exactly why you say that, because she
Well,
didn't
she
explicitly say that she didn't well, actually, let's just be clear about it. Did she explicitly say that she was a prostitute?
yes,
Okay.
and
Well,
she
where
said
did she say that? Where did she
she
say that to confirm?
it was on a video and it got taken down as I was watching it.
Really? Okay. Yeah.
'Cause
Well, so none of us have seen
I
that,
haven't
right?
seen that yet, so I'd have to confirm it.
Yeah, I still want to watch the full video of it because she did say she was, because this was way back when the video was first done, like 2015 on it. She was proud of being a prostitute, according to what she was saying. And she interchanges prostitute with sex survivor.
Okay, I think we're familiar with the video, and Claire, you guys let me know if I'm incorrect. I think we're familiar with the video, and in the video, she talks about survivor sex and then says, "Oh, I don't want to talk about that." And people took that to mean something else. So I think we've all seen the same clip, and that she doesn't explicitly say that. So, I don't want to say anything on this space that isn't verified, because if she had said something like that, then I'm sure Faran or one of the other content creators would have put that information out and be aware of it. So, but she did say something about what she called survival sex, and people have speculated about what that meant. So, and anybody who wants to speculate about what she meant by survival sex, I'm open to that speculation for sure. So,
But here's the thing, though. At the end of the day, even if she was, I don't care. I don't care. My whole point in all of this truly is it's an abuse of power. Granted, yes, there also is the other side for, the advocate part, and, what's the truth about that as well. And I think a lot of people have more questions than they're getting answers on. But again, at the end of the day, it's about censorship. If she was a prostitute or if she wasn't, if she consented, if she didn't, I don't care. The point is that it's censorship. And I think, going into somebody's past, like if we really, really focus on a lot of that, I'm just going to be straight with you right now. I mean, people are listening now, and they're people are listening who aren't going to be on the same side as we are, and they're going to be looking for any little bit of a thing to be, oh, see, look at, they call her a whore, they call her this, they call her that. No. If you've been trafficked, like, we don't expect you to, like, be Virgin Mary here, okay? We know you've probably gone through some shit. Again, it's just the censorship. And it's taking, a power that you had and abusing it for your own gain. And I think that really needs to be the focus in order to dispel many of the trolls, because they're folks, they're here, okay? I feel like, what is it, Close Encounters? They're here, infiltrating the space, trying to, bait us with, oh, you're against women, or you're against, you're for Andrew Tate. Stick to censorship. Stick to censorship. Because I didn't care anything about her, and I still don't care about her past. I care about the censorship aspect. That's what I care about.
Exactly.
Yeah, the trafficking, I mean, in the sense that it is important at all, it's that she wasn't trafficked in that video. So, and we can kind of say, based on what she said, that she wasn't trafficked in that video. And
right.
That's the video in question.
And that's the second angle, right? And we saw that kind of when World Star confirmed that. But again, it's she abused her power. And, if World Star wanted to be, cheeky, they could say, that's liable because you're implying that we trafficked you for this video.
Right.
So
right.
She might make it more clear in this print article, or she might come clean. We'll see. I'm wondering when they're going to release this article, though. But I'm telling you guys right now, I'm glad they are, because like I said, Friday, the video is all about survivors and people that are helping survivors and how tough of a job it is, and how they're not doing this for fame. They're not doing this for recognition. In fact, they don't even care if they get it or not. It's to help these people. And it's to show that aspect first, so that there's a very stark differentiation between what people and nonprofits and stuff are doing versus, what others are.
And Gothic Knight, we wanted to correct that just because there are people listening and stuff, but I didn't mean to cut you off from the rest of what you said. You have some more you wanted to add?
Oh yeah, that's okay. Because I only had like part of the information, and I heard her specifically say that she was a prostitute at that time during that video, and there was a pimp involved, and then it got cut off, and I got a screen that said the video had been taken down.
Well, we'll look into. I mean, we're definitely interested. If she said something like that, we'd certainly report on it, even if we're not, even if we're not trying to look into it. If she said something like that, that's certainly something people would be interested in. Hey, but as a matter of fact, she could have been a prostitute. She could have still been trafficked. She might have been trafficked while she was a prostitute. So
it might be why she has a lot of influence over Elon.
There are people speculating about their relationship. That's for sure. So there are people speculating about it. So go ahead, Evie.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, I've been at work, and I haven't been able to say much, but I'm only going to listen. But Cassandra? Oh. I tried, Faran, I tried to tag you in the tweet that I made a little bit ago. She's not getting the exclusive. She's getting the sloppy seconds of everyone else's hard work. Good grief.
Yeah, I can't believe what she said about you, Faran. That's crazy. But you know what? It's good. She's talking about you, and so you should be flattered at least that you're the one that she decided to go after. So that means you must be the one who really pushed the story forward the furthest. So
like I said, I would have much rather preferred Target, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Well, she apparently isn't even worth 50 cents because who got the exclusive from the World Star? Me, not her.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We wish them the best. We hope that they ask the right questions, and we've already heard some. Hey, we'll see, right? You never know.
I want to be hopeful, but one of the things that really bugs me about this more than anything is several years ago I did a short film called 15 Minutes, and it was about a victim of sexual assault. But I flipped the script a little bit, and I decided to make the victim a male and the woman a female. And when I at first I was just like, I'm just tired of the same old script. What if you gender reverse with it? Like, what is the conversation about that? But then I started researching a little bit, and the stories that I read and some of the stories that people were telling me, it just broke my heart that we don't do enough to prepare our young men for the Elizas of the world, for for the women like her and the women, in the Johnny Depp situation. We don't do enough to prepare our men for our boys for for the things that they have to watch out for the ways that they can be manipulated, for the ways that they can be taken advantage of. We don't do it. And she, if there's anything about her story that is true, she has the opportunity to not just be an advocate for women, but to be an advocate for men too, who are out there being abused, who have been victims. And it's just sad because there's so much that could be done here for people who need help from all walks of life. And instead, here we are having to fight against the censorship so that the real stories that can be told. And it just pisses me off. And that's all I'm going to say. Sorry.
I hear you, Evie. Yeah, a lot of people are pissed off. So, but things are happening. The ball's moving forward. Hopefully, we can bring people back who've been unjustly censored. I can't understand why the quartering came back and Brittany Fenty didn't come back. Still don't know why. That doesn't make any sense. Why was the quartering allowed to post the same things that other people posted and got banned for? It's hard to explain. So anyway, go ahead, Jesse. You had something else you wanted to add?
Yeah, Nathan. So you know how you've been asking people, like, what's behind this? Could part of this be, people who are out to? I can't remember if it was you saying Andrew Tate supporters. Like maybe a big part of it is people defending Andrew Tate.
There is the possibility, and we did have someone in the room who was motivated by that. So, I mean, that's one motivation people could have, is that she was a supporter of Andrew Tate victims and they're supporters of Andrew Tate. So therefore,
on their social media, they have mics and all that. But in the wake of the Johnny Depp trial, it's as if like people are out there looking for the next Amber Heard. It's like people are like craving and desiring the next, and that's why I think this is so dangerous for Eliza, is she has no idea what she's reckoning with, like as far as the algorithm, like where she is in history with the algorithm, her the meteor-like rise to fame, and then all of a sudden this, being discovered for infamy, and now it's her, descent. I think people looking for the next Amber Heard, and then just to go a step further from that, it's like, what does Amber Heard represent to you, or what does Amber Heard represent to me, or those people at home? It could be the frustration that you have with your own family members, your frustration that you have with somebody in your life, et cetera. Not to get too far into the psychology of it, but just this person has no idea what's coming. Like it's like we're in like a faucet. We're in like a little water spigot that could potentially become like a geyser, is the way that I'm looking at this thing. And I really want to commend Viva Frey. I think, is that how that's pronounced? Viva Frey?
I can't remember. I can never get it right if it's Frey or Fry.
Okay, it's not just me. Okay. Well, I really want to commend the focus that he brought to the last spaces. I couldn't believe, because I was just thinking about that, like people looking for the next Amber Heard, and then he's just going to get in there and say, guys, be careful. Remember, this is all about Twitter. This is all about, I don't think he necessarily put it on Elon's shoulders, but he's like kind of refocusing people and saying, instead of going over here, it's, But I really credit to him for doing that and just bringing people back to, oh yeah, this is about censorship. Or, oh yeah, not that people can't go to all those different places. I think inevitably it will go to all those places, but it's going to be fractured. Like, just to look at this realistically, it gets a lot more fractured from the point that we're in right now. Like, we're all here and we're getting together, and we have justification to go after this person. But eventually, it's just going to be people going off in all the different directions where they want to go with it. So while we're, I guess, edging up to this gatekeeper, Tim Pool, and people are speculating about what he's going to do, and I'll remind you, what he can do very easily is just talk about what other people are saying. I think he's just going to duck behind and say, oh, this group of people are saying this about Eliza. This group of people are saying this. And he can even include, cowardly, like his own content. He could say, people are saying this about my interview with Eliza. That would just be ultimately cowardice if he did that type of tactic. And I think at that point, it just becomes about accountability. Like, take accountability for how you platform boosted this person. Take accountability for how you didn't properly vet this person. And on that point, I just want to remind people that there are huge podcasts that luckily she did not gain a platform with, Joe Rogan being in particular. Not that she necessarily had an in with Joe Rogan, but that would have been a total nightmare if she had appeared on Joe Rogan before all of this. But she did get very close when Tim Dillon stepped off of Joe Rogan. And that's basically when Eliza met Tim Dillon and guilt tripped him about a t-shirt that he was wearing that said "Free Ghislaine Maxwell." And she used that t-shirt to get in with Tim and make him feel bad and make him feel like he had mistreated human trafficking victims, that he didn't care about Ghislaine Maxwell victims. And she needled her way in to that social circle. I know most people don't know this, but if you're paying attention on Twitter and paying attention to these podcasts, she got in with people like Tim Pool and with people like Tim Dillon because she's a very overbearing personality. You know, I'm sure she's very charming in her own way, but she guilt trips people, you know, and I think that should kind of stay, you know, in the forefront of your mind as far as a lot of these conspiracies and whether she's sleeping with Elon, or there's many other factors here. And when it comes to the clout chasing aspect with Tim Dillon or Tim Pool or Lex Friedman, or we could just name Hotep Jesus, all these names. It's a very human thing that happened. And yes, there might be connections, darker connections that we find. It's totally understandable how it happened with what's going on with social media and podcasting and just rubbing shoulders with people.
Yeah, and the connections, you know, the similarities to Amber Heard. There's a long list. There's a long list of them. One of them being the connection to Elon Musk, but also, yeah, you know what you said is, yeah, it's everybody wants to expose the lying female, right? Everybody thinks, yeah, or there are guys
Just
that are like,
the
you know,
manipulator. There's somebody
yeah,
who's being highly manipulative, right?
sure. Yeah, it's true. And some of the same people are interested in the story, like that umbrella guy who was basically pioneered the whole Amber Heard, Johnny Depp saga, and he's interested in this story too. And then we have Eva Fry. So yeah, there is a lot of crossover for a lot of different reasons. Hey, Sunshine, I invited you up. Yes, you have your hand up.
Hi. Yeah, I've been following the story. I've been on one of the or a couple of the spaces before. I've been following the story. I noticed her a few months back, and basically kind of noticed, well, a lot of bullshit, and then I did start asking some questions, and then I ended up running into Manuel, and all of a sudden, this is when all the stuff just kind of started blowing up, and I'm learning a lot about this in these spaces, but I just wanted to mention the survivor sex thing. I did actually see her mention this in one of her videos, and when she mentioned survivor sex, basically the way she explained it was anything that a person has to like put out for to basically just survive. That would be considered to be survivor sex in her mind. So if they needed drugs, which that's not really surviving, that's just basically a junkie, in my opinion.
Or you need to pay the landlord or your plumber.
Yep, just that type of stuff. But if you just kind of, and I can't remember who said it, but the way she manipulates people, she is very much a chameleon. From back when she started to her kind of latching on to whoever she latches on to. But if you just kind of look at her posts and her tweets like that, just really pay attention to the wording and what she said and what she says in her words, and how she kind of, I don't know, leans people to kind of one side or the other, and she does kind of guilt trip you into either one way or the other, but she always kind of keeps it very vague. She never really goes into like any type of detail, which is the main reason so many people are pissed. They're not just pissed because they're getting shut down, which is a huge problem. I'm sorry, but I'm a big for like truth and stuff like that. I would rather you just be straight up with me, as opposed to sitting there and like lying to me or just like trying to mislead me or whatever. And the thing is, we're giving so much power to these people, and we don't even really know who they are. They present themselves, you know, they give like a really pretty picture, and that's the problem. They look good, they sound good, they have, you know, this whole facade and all this stuff going on, and you know, especially if they're going for trafficking or, you know, whatever other cause it might be, and they're just like, oh well, that person would be just fantastic for our cause, but there's no actual real substance past the actual facade. There's like nothing behind it. And now what we're seeing with Eliza is she looks pretty on the outside, but what's behind it is just not. She may have had something horrible happen to her, and if that happened, I am really very sorry for her. And if she came out and said, okay, this is what happened, you know, I've had like a really shitty past, I really don't want to get into like really super detailed, but here's the timelines, this is what happened, and kind of give us, I don't know, some like a decent type of story, you know, not really a story, but give us just the truth, the main parts of it, and then like all the just terrible other things that may have possibly happened, just leave that out of it, and everybody else would probably back off. But her consistently shutting people down is what's fueling the fire, and that's a huge problem.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, she has the opportunity. I mean, she could back off the whole thing, but it seems like she's not going to do that. But she has the opportunity to do that, and to have some people say, "Okay, well, you fucked up," and I think people should do that more. Say, "Hey, I fucked up. I fucked up. Shouldn't have censored people." I mean, I don't know. I don't know why people don't do it more. Um, she's got that kind of personality type. And I guess it's not much different than the Amber Heard personality type. It's like you don't admit you make mistakes. You're always right, and nothing people say is going to dissuade you from that. And she still has powerful friends, you know, as evidenced by this thing with what's going on with Tim Pool and stuff. And so we'll see how that goes. Hey, Tony Baloney, we'll hear from you, and then I think we'll probably wrap things up after that. I'll wrap things up. I'll tell you guys what's up. Okay, go ahead, Tony.
This is Tony Baloney here. Just wanted to say appreciate every single one of y'all coming through, talking about this very, very important topic. I just want people to remember that we should be focused on the censorship aspect of this. But then again, the story, you know, it is the story. It is whatever. People have a past. Just remember to, you know, like, subscribe, do whatever it is you want to do. And hope all you guys have a wonderful evening. This is Tony Baloney, and I hope you guys do very well out there. Thank you very much, Faran. Thank you very much, Greg. Thank you very much, Nathan, and everybody else out there. Have a good night.
Yeah. Go ahead and subscribe to Defango, who's still on YouTube and who's still going to be broadcasting about this. I might join him for his streams, so you can catch me on there. Make sure to, you know, you guys know what's up. Follow us here. Basically, everyone who requested to come up until now was able to get up and speak, and it was really a pleasure to be able to hear from so many people with so many different backgrounds. So I really appreciate everybody who had the courage to speak, especially with this topic, which, you know, is difficult for a number of different reasons. One of those being that we could all be deleted tomorrow for being here. So thanks for just, you know, having the bravery to be here and stuff. So does anybody want to promote anything? I mean, I think we're good, right? I want to let everybody get to sleep.
Blast.
Yeah, go ahead, Zach.
Blast.video is the best place to find all the content creators that are tucked away at the different places of the internet. It's able to find Nathan Stallman here with Lift the Veil, Christy Mayer, Brittany, The Quartering, Tim Pool. Blast.video allows you to find all your favorite content creators in one place. It's totally free. I give it away. It searches YouTube, Rumble, BitChute, Brighteon, Gab TV, you name it, it goes there. Check it out at blast.video. Bookmark it. Go there every single day to find out what people are talking about up to the hour.
And for me, if you want to support these spaces, I like doing them. It's great so far. I'm happy to host them. I'm happy some people have been giving me good feedback on them. So if you want to support me, go to buymeacoffee.com/lifttheveil. You can leave a coffee, become a member. And you know, I'm here for as long as this story is interesting. I have lots of other interests too. You got Greg, thanks for co-hosting. Faran, thanks for co-hosting. You guys have been here all night. Thanks, Christy, for listening. Thanks to everybody who contributed tonight. And if anybody has anything else to say, go ahead. Otherwise, we can wrap up.
I'm all good.
All right, cool. Well, thanks everybody.
Get us cold.
Everybody have a great night, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, if I plan it, I'll put it on my.
Wow. That was a long fucking space, bro. Long fucking space. Long space. Man, I don't know who that Tony Baloney character was, but I like him. I fucking like him. What was it? At Tony Baloney 137? Who is that guy? I don't know. He seems like a great dude. He seems like he's got his shit put together or whatever. He just showed up on the scene, got right in there. Damn, son. I mean, I figured I would try something out new with the spaces because I've seen other people try to restream them. So we put our own spin on it, right? I think we did pretty good. And I used the restream thing for all of it. That was a space with a lot of just a lot of emotion. There was a lot of emotion out there. Tons of emotions. People talking about stuff. I saw a lot of really big creators come in there, some not so big creators. It's really just like a kind of great time, honestly. I think it was a good time all around. Good time all around. And you know what? I was here to actually check it out. I wanted to listen in, so you guys got to listen in with me. And we also got to check out our tech just a wee bit. Yeah, we got our tech done a little wee bit. And I even like did some shit while I was like waiting and shit. Look at this. I made these. I was making some things like this. Obviously, I chose that video because there's Chi-Chis, but whatever. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. So I've been being told that there's more creators and stuff talking about this. I don't know, like it seems like this thing ain't gonna be going away, and I keep seeing bigger and bigger folks jumping into the scene on this one. So that's probably good news. Like here's Lauren Chen or some shit like that. Yeah, Lauren Chen, 534,000 subscribers. Talk about the Eliza Blue situation.
Let's talk about Eliza Blue. If you're not yet familiar with Eliza Blue, trust me, you will be soon. She's essentially a commentator, activist, advocate, influencer who claims, that's the thing, who claims to be a survivor of human trafficking who is now using her platform to raise awareness, which at least on its face is a pretty cool thing. I mean, obviously human trafficking is a terrible, awful thing, but if someone who has been through that is able
on its
to
face,
take
it's a
that
cool thing
experience and use it to educate other people and hopefully put a stop to it happening as much in the future, then I think it's safe to say that is good, positive, and meaningful work. And I don't remember exactly when I first heard of Eliza, but I just just know that at one point I started seeing her basically everywhere around conservative media spheres. It seemed like anyone who had a podcast was talking to her. I mean, this lady has spoken to Michael Malice, Dr. Drew, Zuby, and she's even been interviewed by the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro. And I'm not mentioning any of those people to, by any means, try to implicate them in the scandal or drama we're going to be discussing today. It's more so to just let you all know that, yes, this was a notable person. She wasn't just anybody. She was essentially tight, or at least familiar with the who's who of right-wing media. And in fact, over the past year especially, Eliza's platform grew so large that she was actually able to get in touch with Elon Musk and the people who run Twitter. Yeah, apparently she's so tight with Elon that there's at least rumors going around that he
this
gifted
chick
her
is
a
pretty.
Tesla. And yes, those of you who are familiar with the story, you'll already know that keep that Elon Musk connection in mind because it's gonna come up later. So that's Eliza Blue in a nutshell. And I guess the way that I was introduced to this entire rabbit hole we're going to be going through together is that one day I was scrolling through Twitter and I saw Eliza post a very strange tweet. She wrote, "I'm going to address this one time and one time only. A non-consensual photo was posted of me yesterday on Twitter. The photos have been removed. The source of the photo has also been contacted, and I'm preparing to escalate to the full extent of the law." Now, obviously, any type of revenge porn, posting explicit photos of someone without their express consent, that's a really terrible thing to do. However, I think it's safe to say that it's extra scummy to do that to a survivor of human trafficking, with the implication being that the explicit photo of them was actually taken while they were being trafficked. That would be just one of the worst things that could happen to someone. Not like a lot of other people who...
Yeah, I think this girl might get it just a little bit. I think Laura Chen might get it just a little bit. Just a little bit. She might get it just a little bit. It might just be a little bit, but she might get it. So what are we supposed to know or think about now? Well, I guess censorship is real, dog. This shit's really happening. And I mean, I don't feel like it's gonna go away, but we're just all gonna have to kind of like collectively figure this one out, because at this point, I don't really see how we're going to collectively figure this shit out, because, yeah, this is definitely going to be a strange one. It's definitely going to be a strange one, and I don't know about how it's going to be working. Yeah. Oh, I should probably drop a link into my Discord in the chat for you guys there. There you go. There's a link to the Discord if you guys would like to join into our little piece of the pie over here. Yes, and then it looks like we do have some interesting links that we need to pull up, actually. Like, ooh, what's this? We do have links, actually. There's links. Somebody showing me the links. Eliza on Twitter. I don't ask him to do... I think Elon Musk is a great person. I don't have anything negative to say about him. He doesn't do favors for me. I'm saying this because it's true. He's a good person, but he also doesn't do favors for me. Also, I don't ask him to do favors for me. If I was going to ask for a favor from Elon Musk, I'd ask him to make humans an interplanetary species. So basically, that's what he's already working on. I don't need to ask. Wow. Wow. Talk about not actually being straight up about what the fuck are you talking about? What the hell, bitch? Are you fucking serious, Eliza Blue? What does this even mean? He's already working on that for you? Well, I met Elon Musk a long time ago, way before you did, and honestly, he still hasn't even finished half of the favors that I asked him for. So you know what? Suck a D. I mean, it is pretty strange, though, if you think about it. Like, I think it is kind of strange that this thing is taking its toll. I guess the reason that Lauren Chen was doing a video or something like that has sparked the attention of Dr. Seb Gorka. Yes, Mr. Seb Gorka looks like he's actually going to be into that particular bullshit. So we'll keep pushing out the truth, and then we won't have to worry about anything else. Yeah, I think this is pretty clear to be perfectly honest. I guess I could fix this. Let me fix this because we're not playing any videos right now. Window, share, boom. There we go. Yay. What else? What other links did they put up into Facebook? Oh, when I was on the stream, I actually remembered this. I was wondering what the hell was happening. I went to Brittany Venti's account on my I went to Brittany's Venti's account on a phone, and well, I saw this account might be include sensitive content. So it's like I couldn't even see her account because it's listed as a sensitive piece of content on a brand new account. Look at that. This account might include sensitive content. Brittany Venti. This account might include sensitive content. Yeah, pretty strange. And then, damn, we just got some money. Somebody throwing some money at us. Mike the Finder monetizing the stream, making the 4 or 5 hours we've been sitting here worth it. Boom! Thank you, brother. And what does he say? Great work, dude. Thank you. Thank you for your 420. And also thank you for your kind words saying great work. Thanks for the support. We appreciate that shit. We appreciate that. I know we've been working hard over here. We've been really putting it together. So people should be, like at least on about it or whatever from what I've been told. Yes, from what I've been told. Yes, what I've been told. In this space they were talking about Cassandra Fairbanks actually, and apparently Cassandra Fairbanks is finally said that the cat's out of the bag, and Shane Cashman's en route to cover the story about Eliza Blue. Highly recommend following him, so I know I ain't keeping a secret while people are spamming ammo. Anyways, follow him and Tim Cash News. Comments on it include, couldn't pick anyone better. Cashman is one of the best writers in journalism. Cassandra McDonald, couldn't agree more. Harrison Crank, what are the odds we can get Eliza back on IRL for an interview? What about Brittany? Would that be cool? Not both of them at the same time? Will Tim have to ring or rattle the cage? Yeah. Why is everybody so cryptic? Here, sheesh. So yeah, it looks like there has been some updates in here that seem to be pretty good. And then somebody actually took a chat from, I guess, before Timcast went live. Look at this right here. Timcast IRL. I can't talk about Eliza because we have a journalist investigating the story. Now that is pretty crazy, actually. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. And don't worry about the Red State article. You can either drop it into the Discord that we linked into the chat, or not worry about it because we already got the link to it anyway. We already got the link to it anyway. Yeah. What is this? Ian Crossland has a humongous trouser snake. Eliza Blue, Ian Crossland's broke her jaw in 3 places. What? Like, I've heard that Eliza Blue and Ian Crossland have actually been together before. Like, they were dating, but, I've never seen any confirmation on that. And that seems a bit strange. Yeah, that seems a bit strange. What do you mean? What's Mars on her Twitter handle? I can't see their profile. I don't know what you actually mean on that one. I think, what's it called? Eliza Blue put Mars on her Twitter profile, but that doesn't really. That's just because she's a crazy bitch. That's just because she's a crazy bitch, man. Yeah, that's because she's a crazy bitch. Oh, I don't know why that didn't open up in my... Oh, it's probably because I clicked on something over here. Yeah. I mean, we saw Cherie putting this out there talking about how our account got suspended. We were verified. Some dude named Dustin was saying that he liked to stir the pot, was trying to take credit for getting me suspended. Yeah, doesn't kind of seem. Yeah. Manuel Defango does not have a new Twitter account that you can follow because he is totally not allowed to be on Twitter whatsoever. But I heard from a source that there was a dude named Tony Baloney 137 that was a really good follow or whatever. I don't know if he'll actually post anything, but you might catch his ass in, a space or two if you're into that sort of thing. Just throwing that out there. Mr. Raw Alerts, Mr. Raw Alerts. But yeah, at Tony Baloney here, I'll just say, Be like, I don't know about this, you guys know, but you should check out this cat right here, Tony Baloney 137. He could be cool. He's a good replacement. He's a good replacement for me while I'm suspended or whatever. You may not be able to figure it out or whatever, but I feel like I've been cryptic enough. Probably the biggest thing that I've been trying to follow along with is the quartering. Yeah, the quartering and his whole issue. I mean, it's pretty crazy. He's allowed to put up a whole entire thread and not get nuked. But then again, they can't get his ass for ban evasion or whatever. I actually did email the quartering some images and things that basically show exactly what happened to me. So I should actually probably pull that shit up right now. I should pull that fucking shit up right now. Yeah. So I don't know how this is going to shake out, but I hope it shakes out in a pretty decent way. I haven't looked and seen if he's got any new tweets or anything that I should be looking at. But that's probably the next thing that I'm going to try to look at right now. Let's see, Jeremy. Wait. Download it. Image. There we go. Boom. Boom. And that one. 3 and 4. So I sent the emails over to Jeremy from the quartering, as well as anybody else that figured. But this is basically what Twitter sent to me on my email. So on the first one, seems a little bit strange. I know, but basically says that your account, Manuel Defango, is suspended for violating, and then it's just blank. And then it says violating our rules against ban evasion. Because remember, at Defango was banned, right? At Defango was banned. So, Manuel Defango was my other account. So technically that is true or whatever, but they should have allowed me amnesty with the other people and they did not. So you know what? They can eat my booty. But that's the technicality that they got me on. And then I also got this. So on the 25th, I think, January 25th of 2023, when I originally got locked out, here's the lockout violation notice. And as you can see, it says specifically for nothing. I got locked out for nothing. So the first time, we got locked out, we didn't even have a 12-hour, 7-hour, nothing like that, a 2-hour. We just had to delete the shit and go out. But I thought it was strange that I changed my account name about a month ago, right? And look at this. I also, on the same day, in the same email thread, got this right here where it says, "Hi, Cake Parrot. It looks like your account's been locked for violating the rules against posting an individual for a country with a recognized right to privacy law." What? Huh? What? Privacy complaint? From a recognized country with privacy law? That doesn't seem right, because people have been posting a picture of me holding a spear with a dildo on the top of it for a long time, and they don't take that shit down unless, I complain incessantly about it. But the weirdest thing is that this came up the same day that my other one that says Manuel Defango. But the thing is somebody went in and stole my old account name or whatever, because I changed my name from King Pirate to Manuel Defango. And somebody actually is on that right now. And it's like they got some fucking strikes for it. And my account's also getting hit with it, which is kind of I don't know, bullshit. It's just bullshit. So here's the third one. And you can see right here, I also got that, but this one was September 30th. And it says, "Hi, your account's been locked for violating nothing." So, we could go as far back as September 30th of 2021 to show you guys that, like, it's been happening for a while, right? But even in this time when I got locked out, like, it told me that I got locked out for violating no rule, and it was just messed up. Yeah. It's just messed up. So somebody says Eliza, Big Trouble Archive says Eliza has another tweet talking about Jane Cashman. So let's go. Let's look at it. I've been working. I understand that folks have concerns. I have concerns as well. Everyone wanted me to talk. I was working. It wasn't my time to talk. I was listening. I still want to listen, but I'll talk. Guess the question is, are you ready to hear what I have to say? I wasn't going to say anything about Shane Cashman spending a few days with me, but the information was made public, so here we are. You made the information public. January is National Human Trafficking Prevention Month. It's a busy time for survivors, advocates, and others in the movement. I was busy, still am. And it's kind of funny because 2 hours ago, she posted a picture with Shane Cashman. So the reasoning behind everybody knowing now that she's with Shane Cashman is because she's the one that told everybody that she's out there with Shane Cashman. And Cassandra Fairbanks is like, well, now that the cat's out of the bag, 718, you see what I'm saying here? You see where I'm going with this? You see what you're picking up when I'm putting down? Yeah. I guess. Well, actually, no. Look, she posted it afterwards. So who busted it? Oh, no, that's right. It was Tim that busted it. And this is slightly before 8 p.m. So Tim busted it. That goes up. Eliza shares a picture with Shane Cashman. And then, yeah, Cassandra Fairbanks seems to confirm it. But yeah, January is... Yeah, there you go. January is Sex Trafficking Awareness Month, and it's literally the end of the fucking month. Yeah. Okay. That's actually a good find. Thanks for pointing that out to us. So it seems that we're catching everything at the very end of it, and people are like, you're not entertained, right? Or are you entertained? I feel pretty entertained at this particular moment. Now we're just going to have to see, like what's going to actually come out. What's the story actually going to be? And is it going to be fucking coherent at this particular juncture? And then after it's coherent, what are we all going to say and do about it? Right? I don't know. There's still big questions like Sarah Moore's got. What about taking money from people under false pretense? Is that a thing aside from censorship? If she did that, yeah, I think that would be a thing that people should probably actually have to work for that. And then, yes, Dr. Dew says he's going to reach out to her for clarification. I don't know what kind of clarification he's going to get from her. He should have gotten it before, right? Big Trouble Archives. It's kind of like Tim and Eliza are working together based off of their tweets and stuff. Yeah, it's almost like they're directly working together to try to put this thing out. So right now, I think that we're at a pivotal moment in this entire situation where we're finally going to get, something, right? We're finally going to get something that we've been asking for a very, very long time. And now we're all just going to have to wait and see if that something's actually going to be pretty good. Yeah. I hope they had it pretty good. And, it's kind of funny. I haven't really talked about this particular one just yet because we really haven't had the time to talk about it, but I figured I would bring it up now that we're here. So Lil Putt, whatever the fuck. What the actual fuck? So I started looking into where money was going from Eliza and started to doubt it would lead anywhere, and I might have found something. It might take time to untangle. So let's start with Eliza's BTC wallet with 0.15 BTC in donations, and one donation sticks out. What do we know about this donation? Is that it was, I guess, fat and it's completely empty, but if you look at it right here, it's about $3,000 worth of Bitcoin, and it all got sent out pretty instantly. Okay, that totally makes sense. Now, one transaction, or it's two transactions, one in and out. Why would you make an account just to donate to Eliza? Why that particular number of BTC, which is about 3.3K, is a donation? And why split it into two? Why do that? It doesn't seem to be right, because it's actually two different donations that are totaling about $6,500, and it's all in Bitcoin, and a total of $13,000 in Bitcoin. That's a lot of fucking Bitcoin right there. But for whatever reason, somebody sent her a donation in a split format where it was broken up into two different transactions to send her, the one person, the one a bit amount. Kind of crazy, if you ask me. Where did it come from? Same patterns, one transaction, one and out. And it looks like the sole purpose of it was to facilitate a transaction between two parties. Oh, yeah. Here's another one right here for like 3 BTC total that was going in and out for a total of $68,000 going up into $137,000 in volume. Again, it was just simply to her BTC address from two separate disparate accounts that were literally created as addresses specifically just to send this amount and nothing else. Wow, that seems like a lot of fucking money right there. 3 BTC, $68,000. Kind of fucking huge, if you ask me, based on the price of the blockchain at that particular time. So, what does this actually tell us here? I don't know. Are any of you guys experts in the blockchain and might be able to fucking help me out on this one? What would somebody need to be getting all that BTC money from? And the other big question is this person actually fucking putting this money on their tax sheet? Because it kind of seems like a lot of money that would be going into somebody's account for, I don't know, if we were trying to be generous, we could say the generosity is going forward for the Freedom House thing that she doesn't even have a 501c3 for yet. Yeah. So, and then, yeah, we got Shane Cashman coming in on the zone to try to, like, you know, fix the situation, but I'm pretty sure he still doesn't have it. But then again, it's not like they haven't found any other addresses. Here's one for 4 BTC for $91,000. That kind of seems like a pretty big thing. Is Eliza Blue some kind of fucking super trader on the blockchain that nobody knows about? Or are we accidentally uncovering Bitcoin transactions that were sent from Elon Musk to Eliza Blue? Or is it even something more nefarious to the point where we're actually looking at maybe some money that's being passed on to some services? Yeah. And the question is posed is, are these crypto burner wallets that are just specifically designed for that one transaction and nothing else, because somebody's trying to avoid, I don't know, scrutiny when people start doing what we're doing right now, which would be some light blockchain analytics? Yeah. I kind of think that would actually be pretty strange, if you ask me. Now, it's very odd, that way of using these wallets. I can get a burner wallet that makes you security aware, but 3, even not, I'm not that paranoid. I guess it's a good time to talk about batching transactions. Batching transaction is what they use to split up the trades. We know this is a fact that happened with an initial donation to Eliza. It got split up into two, one part Eliza, another part to the address right here. More on this later. It seems that the same entity, person, or group uses all 3 wallets. Since all 3 accounts are doing batching, it's very uncommon outside of payment processors and exchange wallets, in the repeating pattern of 1 wallet, 2 transactions, 1 in and 1 out. It's safe to assume that they're looking at some kind of batching or, you know, obfuscation program in order to donate. But a deep dive, and this is where the fork leads to, start from the top. This would be one of those you had if you had a bad memory. Yeah, look at that. There's that 91,000, 183,000 that came out. So yeah, it could be like, you know, kind of BTC scrambler or whatever. But you see 1, 2, and then if you look back down here, you also see some very quite small transactions that are flooded into it. So 1 big fatty and then an even bigger fatty. Kind of weird. Actually, we know that this address eventually leads us to Eliza's, and we're going there for, but we're going to take a short detour here real quick to a simple 2 BTC transaction, or 1 BTC transaction with the total volume of 2 BTC. again, kind of looks like one of those batch payments that we might be seeing, but we see basically it's all going to essentially one individual. Kind of strange, maybe. Or could be that. But it's that same weird pattern of two transactions went in and out, you know? Are they batching this shit together, or is somebody just really, really trying hard to make sure that people aren't aware of where this shit's coming from, but doing a fucking horrible job because they haven't actually ever left the Bitcoin blockchain? So any dipshit could probably trace that down. You know, if somebody was doing this to a high degree, they would be shifting in between fucking coin so that, you know, they could obfuscate a move in between. So I don't know. It kind of seems like pretty crazy. Could we just be looking at like a pimp or a hoe or a madam's, you know, Bitcoin wallets? Are we actually saying now that Eliza Blue's like the fucking Dread Pirate Roberts? But damn, that's a pretty sizable Bitcoin balance for a wallet right there. 2,173 Bitcoin for that equals roughly the total of $50 million. Wow. What's Lil Plus saying this is? Yes, it is. And when it looks odd, it was when you have all that going into one wallet and not multiply it like you would normally for a payment processor. Where statistically given brothers at? They should probably take a look. Pretty impressive. Almost $50 million at today's rate. Now you get why I started this thread. What the fuck? What do we have here? A treasure trove. It's a total cent received of a lot of eggs. To be fair, it could be a payment processor, but why would you kind of go through all the trouble to hide that shit? I don't know. And it's directly associated to Eliza's wallets and shit? At the going rate, the 3.3K looks more like a payoff than a donation. From whom? We never know. May never know. For what? Again, we may never know, but it's kind of hard to believe that this started with Eliza being pretty good and to go far, but if not banning people, I would have never looked into it. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have never looked into it either. Yeah. So where do we go from here? We look at the trades in the wallet that we left off with. We go through the trades that lead us to the wallets that we left off with. And then we go through other forks on the main rabbit hole and go through the top later so we can find what we see further. I'm boring, so I'll start with one and see where it goes. All the wallets have an insane amount of trades and an insane amount of cash flow as we saw yesterday. And here's where it's a bit interesting looking at this one particular trade, which is about a day ago, by the way. Pretty big one. Look at the second two average. Spot the difference? Me either. Yeah, no. Look at that. Looks like almost the same address. A little bit different, but almost like crazy vanity addresses with the same prefixes all the way up into a certain point, which kind of seems a little bit strange, but nothing out of the ordinary. Another wallet with roughly $300 sitting and waiting. Looks dead until we have some activity. So I guess, like, where is he going with all of this? Well, I guess the way to, figure this one out is the fact that there's probably a lot of vanity wallets and other things that are associated to some enterprises that she's associated with. So it's like there's Bitcoin wallets that are sending her money that seem to be quite sizable sums, and then the outputs from her wallet seem to be going to places that are messing with even bigger sizable accounts. And, you know, we're not looking at something that could be considered a Coinbase wallet because the prefixes wouldn't match with a wallet from Coinbase or any exchange that we particularly know. So it's like, are we looking at some fucking crazy Bitcoin empire that nobody could have ever imagined? Or are we just mistaking, you know, her cashing out her Bitcoin at some weird exchange that we haven't ever heard of before as like something that's even bigger? I don't know, but somebody is sending her Bitcoin in some very strange ways and using, I guess, what I would have to consider rookie level 2012 like fucking obfuscation tactics for their wallets that just simply aren't going to work. To me, the whole thing seems a little bit strange, but when I see a wallet with $50 million in it, and it doesn't seem to be connected to any exchange that I've seen before, The only thing that would lead me to believe next is that I have seen exchanges, like dark web style exchanges for prostitution and madams, where they utilize Bitcoin and other types of cryptocurrencies in a mixer style fashion to basically facilitate sex work. And we actually discovered this in this little thing when we actually set up our Fediverse platform about a year, or maybe it was longer ago, maybe 2 years ago. But yeah, like fallsofamenti.ai has been around for a long time, but there was Twitter and a couple other sex work sites that were constantly putting out their data, leading you to believe that, you know what, sex work was still alive and well on the internet. And almost the main monetary modicum of payment was Bitcoin. And the amounts for like a prostitute online generally would range anywhere from $1,500 all the way up to $5,000. So we're looking at the realm of what you would consider to be a high class prostitute. And if we go from what we just looked at, and if it's not an exchange, then it's definitely a wallet system that's associated with some kind of payment processor that seems to be shuffling around money for some kind of, I don't know, sex work. That's where I kind of want to go through. So that's breaking news for the end of the stream. I have seen it before, been kind of looking at it, but I figured I would kind of point it out that, you know, maybe it's not an exchange, guys. Maybe it's a website where you could go to, pay some money to spend some time with somebody, and you feel me? You picking up what I'm putting down? And they use Bitcoin to pay for these services or whatever. And that would actually probably make a whole lot of sense for some people, and then kind of give you a little more association as to why people are sending her so much money and why the amounts are so large, because generally people are donating in Bitcoin. You know, they might send you like $100, $500, maybe even $1,000, but I've never seen anybody be that fucking generous. Yeah. So breaking news, as CV says. Yeah, breaking news. And then we got Pony Visions following you, and I see, yeah, I know MBD, but it takes a lot for me to follow some of them, so you must have an amazing video. Go binge our content now on Gun Run. What the hell is Gun Run? I never heard of that. It's like that backpack guy. Interesting. So yeah. Or could we be looking into some kind of asset that's wrapped up into some kind of, like, I don't know, operation? And that's why all these different people are coming together now to, I guess, tell us off on our little investigation that they say sucks ball sack. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. So I guess with that, we'll go ahead and just leave this on, because we've been going on for like 5 hours now, dog. 5 hours now. So I will just say, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe, share this shit with your friends. Definitely come check us out on the next stream. We will be more than happy to provide you with the new updates and all the other new bullshit that's probably going to be coming out. You know that shit's going to be coming out. You know that it's about to be getting crazy over here, okay? Like, this thing's going to definitely take off like, you know what? Nobody's business, because of the whole situation with our friend, Mr. Tim Pool. So hopefully you guys are pretty much ready to experience that. And thanks again for being here, but we out. Adios. Peace out, yo. Another later video.
Was the mother of 10,000 things.